Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this virtual Bournemouth Air Festival 2020. Rather different from what we were all expecting, but pretty much close to what you would expect. Brought to you by Safe Secure, City Fibre and BCP Council. We're going to enjoy looking back over the last 12 years. Yes, inauspiciously, this was going to be the 13th Bournemouth Air Festival, but we've got a whole host of online footage, some never seen before, interviews with a host of pilots, and of course, the people that made this wonderful event happen over the last decade or so. You will see also alongside me, my very, very good friend, Andy Marler. Andy, welcome.
George, thanks for having me here. And I have to say, you're a military man, and already you've given your pedigree there, because look at the weather. You've come prepared for the weather. I've come prepared for Mallorca. I mean, it's not good today, is it? But never mind. George, thank you for having us here.
It's a real pleasure to be conjoined with my very good friend. Of course, this is the man that put me in the lair all those years ago and drags me out every winter, hence my rather frigid dress for this year. We were just watching different channels for the weather forecast. But as I promised, we're really going to have some exciting footage here. We're going to also consult people who've helped put it together. We'll have the flying display director. We'll have the leaders of the councils as well, who are going to have been so involved in making this whole thing happen. And it's been my pleasure to work on every single Bournemouth Air Festival since it started with what I think is probably one of the most outstanding events teams right across the United Kingdom. And we're going to be joined very, very shortly. But first of all, let's just have a very quick moment of a recap, perhaps, of one of the many things that the two of us have been involved in over the years. And for Andy, I think it was 2010 you joined.
2010, yeah. 2010 was my first year. I'd seen it for both years and found it so exciting. And obviously you were there at the start, and it has grown and grown every single year, hasn't it?
Absolutely superb. Well, the other important thing is we want you to be involved with everything we're doing over the next 3 days. And that means connecting with us on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and everything else that's possible to do that. We're, of course, also going out on a number of different channels. And Andy, what's the best way to connect with us and see what's going on?
Just find us on Facebook. Go to the website, which is bournemouthair.co.uk/virtual air, and use the hashtag Bournemouth Air. Send us as well your photos, because today is Fancy Dress Friday.
Woo! Well, yeah. I think you've already made a good start at that, Andy.
Well, look, anyone that's carefully looking at the colours here, you'll see that the shirts for this show are a badge of honour. So mine has been 2 years in, and has obviously been treated very well in the washing machine, whereas George's is a lighter shade, but it has been used for many years.
It has indeed. Such is the vintage nature, and we will, of course, also be looking at vintage elements to do with the show as well over the years, as well as looking forward, because one of the things we want to focus on is how green we're getting. Of course, quite rightly, we should be responding to the nature of the change, what's going on the planet. And one of the highlights later on this afternoon is going to be our discussion with Rolls-Royce about their attempt to break the electric aircraft world speed record. That's coming up in the afternoon. But we will also, as I mentioned, look at the vintage elements and, of course, things like the fabulous Vulcan, which graced the skies here for many years during its time as well. But I think first up, Andy, we're going to have a look at a few highlights, isn't that right?
We are, and I've actually just been told already, and this is amazing because we've been on air for 5 minutes. We've already had our first photo in for Fancy Dress Friday.
Fantastic.
So that's brilliant. So get those photos coming in. We'll be showing them on air. Also share your memories and things that you've enjoyed over the last years of the Air Festival while we're doing it virtually for this year. But yeah, the first photo is in, so we'll be looking at that shortly. But yeah, let's look at the memories.
Let's go and go back over the last 12 years of the Bournemouth Air Festival.
So many sponsors and so many highlights over the last decade or more for the Bournemouth Air Festival. Virtual this year, of course, in our virtual, and I say it's a virtual studio, but this actually is the real Bournemouth beach right now. So who ordered the weather, guys?
We did. Because there's no air festival. We can actually enjoy it this time.
Very nice we joined John Weaver. Welcome to our studio.
Great to be
And
here.
David Bailey, how are you? I'm very well, thank you very much. Look, guys, you've put a lot of work in along with the event team and a lot of other people. There's a cast of literally hundreds that have pulled this year's virtual Bournemouth Air Festival together. Highlights over the next 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll cover, well, first of all, yeah, I mean, what's taking place today?
Well, Fancy Dress Friday. You're in pink.
What have you come as, David?
It's hard to say. Very hard to say. But we got the Royal Navy today.
Yes.
Which is going to be great. They're great supporters of the Air Festival always. Looking forward to seeing them next year. And of course the Vulcan, an Air Festival favourite. So sad that it's no longer flying for us, but everybody loves the Vulcan, so we're really looking forward to seeing that.
And the Vulcan, I mean, you're right, it's not flying. I think it did one of its final UK displays at the Bournemouth Air Festival. And but the heritage for that aircraft, it's going to be so good to meet those guys today, because the heritage for that aircraft goes on and on, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yes. And hopefully it will continue to go on and on, because it was such an important part of our country's life, really.
Now, we normally call on a Saturday, we normally call it a Super Saturday, because that's normally, John, when you get the fast jets in. So what are we calling tomorrow?
Well, we've got the jets back in tomorrow.
Brilliant.
And of course, it all kicks off around 1 o'clock. The first piece of it is dedicated to, as you would expect, the RAF. Starting off sort of around that sort of time, we've got an hour with the Typhoon and the STEM team. We're talking about opportunities for engineering opportunities in the RAF. And then we've got some exclusive with Red Arrows. I think a big highlight tomorrow.
Yep.
Including a Q&A session with Red One.
Yep.
Which should be good. And I think you can still put your questions into Red One. It's a pre-record, but he will answer them. Go and put down your questions to Red 8, and we'll give you some more information about that. And my favourite there is they're going to do an MOT of a jet engine. So if you are interested in how you pass the MOT of a jet engine, it's a good thing to see. Me, sadly, will probably find that quite interesting. Others may not. But also in the afternoon, we've got a chat with the Brighton Jet team. Now, they came to us, a couple of years ago. We were really privileged to get them to one of the first Seafront Air shows. Great bunch of people, and it's great to hear them and talk to them about what they're doing at the moment. And but towards the end, of course, we have Martin Bridge. Now, for those of you who don't know Martin Bridge, he was the guy who created that air show in the back of his garden.
Yes.
Do you remember him?
This went viral. It was fantastic, wasn't it?
It's hundreds of thousands of different views. It was absolutely superb. And I think he's going to show you sort of how to create or recreate that show. Wow. So for people who want to do that, I hope we'll see a lot of recreated air shows, maybe with a background of the beach instead of the back garden.
And it was a nice back garden.
It was a nice back
garden.
garden.
It made me envious.
But I hope to see on Sunday people actually trying to do their own piece in front of Bournemouth Pier, and perhaps if they do, and they do their own show and they give it to us, and we'll broadcast it. How's that for a challenge?
That is a good challenge, and it's something we're definitely going to do. So get those videos coming in from tomorrow.
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay, and then Sunday.
Sunday, it's the Army Day. But we've also got some interviews with some of our daredevil stunt pilots, which are always great. I love seeing those planes when they loop the loop and you think, oh, this is not going to end well. But it always does, so that's good. I should have mentioned, though, of course, we're talking about Martin Bridge, who had an air show in his back garden. Yeah. But, of course, Bournemouth is more than an air show. It's a festival.
Oh,
so
good.
Tonight we've got an acoustic set from the lead singer of Scouting for Girls.
Yeah, so, absolutely. That's going to be something. And actually a live link as well. So that's really, really good. We're looking forward to that.
And vintage hour. For me, maybe it does not vintage. I just think it's normal. But
you dress like vintage.
I dress like vintage.
I think that's quite good, actually.
Okay,
so I think it suits you quite well.
And so Sunday's looking to be a good day as well. As you say, tonight with the live music as well, that's going to be great. Saturday's fantastic. And each day there, guys, you've also mentioned the involvement with the services. But, of course, as you say, it's not just an air show, is it? It's an air festival. And it's not just the aircraft. It's not just when we have the Royal Navy out in the bay. It really is that education and that career element to it and letting the great British public find out more about three services.
I think that's very vital. We've always said that from the start, and we want to really develop that and encourage people to sort of see what the forces, the armed services do. Also about the engineering opportunities, and I think you'll hear more about our ambitions later on for the Air Festival, how we want to showcase Bournemouth and Christchurch and Poole in next year, and those plans are quite exciting. I think we really are looking forward to developing that, and you'll hear more.
Brilliant. John, thank you very much indeed. David, thank you as well. I look forward to seeing you in the weather. So not the weather, the vintage section. Sorry. That was a fraudulent slip. I do apologise. Okay, Scott, thank you very much indeed. Right, now look, we have lots more for you over the 3 days, as you just heard. I'm going to enjoy my time here in our virtual beach in the Centre VR studios here in Bournemouth, and we'll be right back with George Bacon in just a couple of seconds.
Meet the Rushtons. The Rushtons' home is now part of a full-fibre gigabit city. This was the house before, and here it is a few days later. Not much to see, but here's what's happened in between. A bit of drilling and digging, new fibre optic cables laid, filling, repairing and tidying. And one serious upgrade in broadband capacity. A few days of disruption for a lifetime of gigabit connectivity. We'll let you know before the work starts, and we'll do everything we can to manage any disruption. So just like the Rushtons, you can get on with, well, whatever you like. Entire cities seamlessly connected.
Protect your staff, customers and business with the most sophisticated temperature checking system on the market today. Fever Scan cameras monitor the temperature of moving crowds, the ideal solution for large public spaces. Fever Cam is a small unit based for static, self-scanning in offices and small to medium businesses. Both cameras use facial recognition to provide real-time fever detection alerts. The cloud-based Fever Link dashboards connects and displays the data from all your thermal cameras. It integrates securely into your business-critical back-end systems, giving you one simple management platform. We are living through the new normal. Protect your people and your customers. Future-proof your business. It's your world. Smarter.
Book a taxi in under 30 seconds using the United Taxis booking app. Using the app gets you discounted fares at a set price on all journeys. Track your taxi as it arrives on the map or call the driver when they are nearby. Create bookings in advance and cancel anytime. It takes seconds to place a new booking from the handy favourites section. Save on fares today with the United Taxis booking app.
55677 United Taxis.
Smart technology now lies at the heart of almost everything we do, powering every corner of our economy and society. It's there when we're learning, meeting new people, sharing new experiences. As the applications, devices and services we use become smarter, the need to share more data at faster speeds grows ever higher, and network performance and reliability become ever more critical. That's why, at City Fibre, we're investing £4 billion to build the UK's most intelligent, software-defined, full fibre access network. A network to not only serve gigabit speeds to up to 8 million homes and businesses, but capable of 100 gigabits per second and beyond. Powering 5G, connecting everything from hospitals, schools and stadiums to the myriad of IoT sensors that will realise smart city visions. But it's about more than just laying fibre. We're building a network that's always on, that can be upgraded at the click of a mouse, where problems can be fixed before they are noticed. One that allows our partners to define and control their own services and deliver a superior customer experience at the lowest cost per bit, per mile, per service. A network that stands ready for whatever the future brings. City Fibre, networks designed for the digital age.
Legionella compliance rules means that you should be monitoring water temperatures and regularly flushing the taps in your building. This traditionally means someone running all the hot and cold taps in the building for 2 minutes and recording the temperatures. This is a significant cost in time and management to any business. In addition, the records must be stored for 5 years. Safe and secure compliance can supply an automatic flushing and temperature testing unit that can be dynamically controlled on our cloud-based smart building platform. This significantly reduces the costs associated with maintaining your business's Legionella risks and ensures that you remain safe and compliant. Our technology allows you to schedule your tests automatically and flush on demand, and automate your reporting. Lets you monitor all of your required water outlets in real time. Stores 5 years of historical data on an interactive platform. And provides real-time alarm notification if the temperature thresholds are exceeded. By using the safe and secure compliance Legionella monitoring solution, you remove the need for any manual work, remove any potential human errors, easily demonstrate compliance, meet all health and safety requirements, and avoid any potential Legionella infections. The system is smart, simple to install, and cost-effective. To maintain your business's regulatory compliance, get in touch on 03338 806 920 or email us on inquiries@safesecurecompliance.com. Safe and secure compliance. Your world smarter.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa! What is that? To start off, we've been underwater and I can't believe how realistic this is. I've never ever put on a VR headset and you will not believe it is like you're in a different world. It's like you are completely 100% there and you get so involved in all the games. So I was underwater for a bit, got a little bit, just a little bit scared of that one. Ah! He's looking at me!
Look at his face.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
Then we did this thing, which is like a dance mat. It's like Star Wars meets Guitar Hero meets the dance mat, and you're like this. I love this one.
I'm concentrating more than I've ever concentrated on anything ever in my life.
This is the best game ever! Now I'm playing a game where I have to be a chef and make loads of stuff, and that's my job. We've got Mickey Mouse hands, look at them! I feel like a Disney character. So much fun. It's like The Sims, right? But in real life. So you just get to make cakes, throw eggs on the floor, eat stuff. It's amazing. It's so good. Honestly, so much fun.
I feel like I have control of everything. Oh, I just took a photo. I'm so bad at this. It's so good. It's so good. I was underwater. Next minute, I was doing lightsabers. And then next thing, I'm cooking food. Or actually, I was just smashing the kitchen up, to be honest. So it was a lot more fun doing it that way. But real life feels rubbish now. I want that life all the time. Oh, it's so good.
Whether that's going to be whatever for next year, you know, it's
Bournemouth Air Festival, and we hope you're having a great afternoon. Do keep sending those messages and the photographs in, won't you? And we'll be reflecting on those and awarding prizes through the course of the next couple of days, so make the most of it. Now, I mentioned earlier on at the start that it is an enormous team that puts this festival together. The heart of it, of course, is our very own BCP events team, and they're outstanding, but there are other key elements to it. Now, notably amongst that, of course, is planning and incorporating the flying into what is really a vast arena. And one company in particular, alongside myself and the BCP team, has, of course, been TSA. They're consultants to the air display industry. They have a massive amount of worldwide experience, but now they're pretty much narrowed down to a team of one. And he is the man that's carried us through the last couple of years. And it's my pleasure now to welcome Dave Walton from TSA. Dave, good afternoon.
George, good afternoon.
Yeah, now, Dave, this is really quite strange for you and a little bit for me, but we've just had a management meeting about a couple of hours ago to manage this particular event we're doing online, and it seemed really strange not to have you around. Give us a flavour of the sort of things you would be doing if we were running a proper air show.
Yeah, well, at this kind of stage, when we've actually moved onto site, we are preparing our kit, we are briefing pilots, we're checking out for people to come and do recce's on the seafront and do check out the display line. So we're now fully into the operational phase normally of the show by this stage.
Well, we are, to a certain extent, already operational on our side too. It is extraordinary. But really, it's months and months of planning is required to get to this stage, isn't it, to actually launch it. And it's probably become more difficult over the last 4 or 5 years, I would imagine. We won't touch on the circumstances, but what thoughts cross your mind when you're trying to piece it together? Because you're as much I wouldn't like to call it the entertainment director, but certainly the content director. So how do you piece it together?
So it's a sort of multi-layered operation. We work with BCP Council to find out what they want to do, see if there's any anniversaries they particularly want to cover or any kind of specialist displays they want to get in. And really, my team and I, we're using our experience of good, safe, reliable teams that we like to work with to bring them to show, to fill the gaps and fill the content in. Really, my work starts pretty much straight after the previous year's event. So we put in the bids to the military to find out what they're going to give us for the following year. And then we work to contract civilian teams to make the programme, both for the day and the night flying.
Now, every few years, there are some real highlights. Now, over the last couple of years in your time, we've managed to have the Red Arrows on all 4 days, but occasionally there are some special visitors from overseas, such as the Norwegian historical flight, or we'll have perhaps Sally B and aircraft like that. Who makes those decisions? Who gets to choose the final cut of the aircraft content?
So again, it's a two-phase thing. So it's me with my experience of working with those teams and what aircraft are good, exciting, interesting, safe, reliable, and then there's a budgetary decision as well. So obviously the event organisers have got to make a decision on what's affordable as well, and whether we have things for 4 days or we only have them for the weekend to make that sort of Super Saturday thing really work. And then I can go back and start the operational and the paperwork side of things to get those teams over here.
And part of that is almost a choreography, isn't it? You're very much, and I know I've dealt with you in the past, about how we get the flow of aircraft together and special fly pasts. How do you manage talking to the individual pilots to put together those special moments? Is it a series of pre-meetings?
Yes, it's a dialogue via email, via telephone. We actually work with a lot of these teams throughout the year, so we're doing sort of up to 10 events throughout the summer. So often these ideas start at other events or when we meet up with people outside of the season, and we can start putting the meat on the bones and planning those events. And for example, last year the Blades flew with the 4-ship of warbirds here, the Ultimate Fighters. And that was a process that started a little while before, and we ended up concluding that on the morning of the actual show, when we sit down with everybody and do the brief to work out exactly who's going to do what and when. And we essentially listen to the pilots and what they're going to deliver to us with a bit of oversight to make sure it fits with our regulations.
Brilliant. Now, I always look forward to Bournemouth. It's a wonderful time of year. It's after the likes of you and I have done an awful lot of work in the airshow business. Are there any highlights, high points, amusing experiences that you've encountered in your time here that you just reflect on?
Well, mainly the weather actually here in Bournemouth that seems to sort of always is memorable to us. I think mainly because the really nice weather days, our work's pretty easy. It's the tricky weather days that we really have to work fairly hard. And I remember we've seen weather here where you can't even see the pier, let alone across the bay. But I do remember one year we had very, very strong winds, not dissimilar from today. Where the wind that was coming up the cliff was nearly too much for our equipment to measure, and it was about that point we decided it was time to call it a day and go back to the hotel. So I think it's the weather things that always stick in the mind, because that always makes a difficult day for us.
Yeah, well, and also it's worth bearing in mind that fighting, of course, that weather is the team itself, the events team, who manage what's going on around the rest of the site. And I know certainly in 2011 they were challenged hugely when we had an enormous flood, literally on day one of the show. But Dave, you've really expanded your business hugely. You're now very much a worldwide well-known and professional flying display director. How do we compare, and what sort of experiences do you have when you're doing such shows around the rest of the world?
So we do events all over the world, quite a bit in the Middle East, Australia, Europe. I think what sets the Air Festival apart is really the sort of the scope of the event. So you know, the flying is an essential part of it, is the Air Festival, but all the other activities that go alongside it make it a very challenging thing to integrate. So the multi-agency operation here is really, really well developed. All the other activities that are going on, music and ground activities, make it a very big event to coordinate overall. So it's great for the town. It's a great event. It's a good experience for me and for us to work on that as well, to put all that together.
Now, you'll agree, we've got a fantastic backdrop and we have this natural arena in Bournemouth, but to a certain extent, it's another management problem to manage what's going on the sea, isn't it? And one of the things you're tasked with, although you have other agencies to help you, is this maritime exclusion zone. That is quite a challenge. And perhaps, can you tell us a little bit how that is organised?
So maritime exclusion zones have really become a feature of the regulations in the last few years, when we've become far more conscious about secondary crowds and how we manage the display area at events. And so the maritime safety zone, as we call it here, is particularly important because we get more boats here at Bournemouth than we do at any other events we do over the water around the country. So we have to work very closely with our maritime agencies to police that, to lay out the site so that we can create the display area that's sufficiently big and safe, and also to stop people going into that display area once we've started. So we have a lot of assets here to do that, and I think people who come and visit can see that beautifully, well-managed line of boats that we have here, which is key to the whole operation, really.
It is absolutely essential, and I have to say, sitting back and watching the work that goes on with your interface with all the other agencies that you have to deal with works incredibly well. Looking ahead, what are you hopeful for 2021?
I think, you know, clearly we're at the mercy of the RAF allocators or the military allocators, so we'd very much like to have the Red Arrows and the Typhoon here. They are the highlights of the show. We were very lucky to get the US Navy attend last year with that P8 Poseidon, which was unique in the UK season to come to Bournemouth. And we'd also love to work with some more classic jet operators from overseas and get some exciting airplanes here. And there's a certain amount of paperwork that goes with that and effort, but we think that kind of thing went down really well, so we'd like to look at those kind of things again.
Yeah, well, we won't finish just yet. I'm curious to know, David, there will be people out there who are also interested in the work you do. A lot of the boys and girls watching today will be aspiring to be pilots or members of the military, but how do you get to be a flying display director?
Sort of luck, I suppose, is how it came to me. I happened to apply for a job in the summer a few years ago and ended up working at the Royal International Air Tattoo at Fairford. And starting doing that, and then gradually worked my way into doing seaside air shows. And gradually, if you're lucky enough, like I am, to do it full time, and very few people are, the number of events soon mount up, and you find yourself doing it quite a lot and getting hopefully reasonably good at it. So I had to do some numbers a few weeks ago, and I think I'm up to about 160 air shows now. So the total's cranking up, and hopefully we'll get it right one day, and we'll nail it finally.
Well, you've done the most fantastic job alongside all the others, and I can only thank you for coming in and joining us this afternoon. That was David Walton there from TSA, the man behind putting everything into the sky and literally choreographing minute by minute all that goes on the show itself. We're going to take a short break now. Coming up right after that is Vicky Slade.
Book a taxi in under 30 seconds using the United Taxis booking app. Using the app gets you discounted fares at a set price on all journeys. Track your taxi as it arrives on the map, or call the driver when they are nearby. Create bookings in advance and cancel anytime. It takes seconds to place a new booking from the handy favourites section. Save on fares today with the United Taxis booking app.
555 6677 United Taxis.
Broadstone, oh.
Yes.
That's quite...
I was just saying...
Welcome back. Well, this may well be a virtual beach, but it's really hot in here. I know it's not represented by the weather we've currently got down in Bournemouth, but it's certainly hot in the studio. Councillor Vicky Slade, welcome to the virtual Bournemouth Air Festival. George is still here as well, and Vicky, it's so good to have you here.
It's great to be here. It is a shame we're not down on the beach, but as you say, I'm dressed for the beach, look.
Certainly not the beach today.
Not today's beach.
You know, you need a bit of a waterproof coat on. Look, it's unfortunate where we are, isn't it? No one planned this. I know we spoke at the launch, and these are times that no one predicted at all. But is there a little, lining in the cloud that it's enabling us to take stock, and certainly for you guys?
There certainly is an opportunity, isn't there? I mean, we've been on a bit of a journey with the Air Festival, and I think there was a time coming where we would have had to make some changes to make it fit to go forward. And I think this has given us that moment to say, what do we love about it? What do our residents love about it? And what do our visitors love? What are the things that maybe we could do better or different? And this gives us that gap to think about it from a different angle.
And of course, it's always been called the Bournemouth Air Festival, the Bournemouth Air Show, and then the Bournemouth Air Festival. But as myself and George know, when we're talking to the public and they come along, it's been 3 towns for an awfully long time. I've got friends and relatives that go and sit down on Hengstbury Head and watch the planes come in, because that's where one of the holding areas are. You yourself, I think, enjoy watching it from Sandbanks.
Well, yeah, but and when my children were little, we used to go up to Upton Heath with the pushchairs because it was too loud down at the beach, and we'd watch it from there as they scooped round. And my husband will often go out on a boat with his parents and the children and watch it from the water. So it does belong to the whole area, and I think this is a great time to formally recognise that and then draw those other things in, Paul Quay, Christchurch Airport, all of those things. Let's bring them in and let people see what we're all about.
I mean, George, you for many years have sat on the cliff top there looking at the show, and we always called it this natural...
It's an amphitheatre.
It's fantastic,
it's marvellous,
isn't it?
With the Isle of Wight across on the left, Old Harry Rocks over on the right-hand side, and it is superb. And even the pilots love it. I've chat to the pilots regularly, and this will come out during the next couple of days as well. They really do love being here. It's a super spot. And I wanted to ask, if I just diverse slightly, you've had a really challenging year, and I just wanted to say how, well done to you and the council, really, for coping with everything that you have. But of course, what we want really is to look at a bit of confidence to getting this show back in the air next year. Do you have any views on that at the moment?
It's booked for next year, and what's really exciting about next year is that we've already got ideas about how we can take it forward, how we can make it bigger, cleaner, greener, make sure, as we said, about it including, what can we do with businesses that are local, not just the military organisations, but all of those businesses in engineering, in nautical, in aerospace, and make sure they're part of it. And of course, we've changed the dates for next year, which I think is a really important thing to do, because some people argued that in the middle of summer, do we really need the Air Festival? And I would argue that by putting it at the beginning of September, we deal with that issue and say, actually, it's going to extend our summer. It gives us something to look forward to at the end of the holidays, when everybody's back, they're preparing for school, they're preparing for normal life, that big bang to take us into September and remind us what Bournemouth is really good at doing.
And I commend you for that, because one of the things Bournemouth has always been good at is innovation. I mean, it started off very gently with the social media work, but then encouraging and involving different elements in the sky, the night air, we're going to focus on that as well. So, bring it on. It's fantastic news. And I agree with you, the Greener initiative, I mean, it began last year with the assessment and the offset tree planting. That was really, really good as well. But yes, I'm sure the business, I hope, are right behind you.
By committing to next year, when we had to cancel this year's, it's enabled those businesses to take advantage of saying, we can't welcome you this year, but let's book you in for next year. So we're already building on next year. And you talked about the innovation. We've launched our beach app, which has got nearly 35,000 people have downloaded it. That allows people to see where else on the beach they can go. And what I hope is by next year, we'll be able to have some sort of integration so that we'll be able to tell people who are here, who may not know anything about the Air Festival, through the app, find out more about the Air Festival, log into the Air Festival app itself, download that as well, but actually get the notifications so that we can tell people what's going on and use as much innovation as we can, because we are a really innovative place. I saw us described last weekend as Silicon Beach. Well, bring it on, I say.
Well, well done to you again. And you're a bit of an app man yourself. You'll love it, I'm sure.
I've already downloaded it, actually, yes. We had a little discussion a second ago, and I thought, well, I'll go and download that. You know, we talk about the 3 towns, and I think that app, that's just one of the signs, as you say, of the innovation, which already the BCP is thinking, no, we can extend this. We can make sure where people, as we said, have been watching on the cliff tops down at Southbourne and down at Christchurch, Hainsbury Head, and over at Sandbanks and at the country parks, we can start to really bring those people into the family and into the fold and enjoy the festival in real terms.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Just a personal note, Becky, before you go. It's a demanding job being a councillor in any town. You can never please all the people all the time. But you've got a
George has just gone off script.
No. But you've got a personal life as well, I can imagine, with a busy family. You know, it must be very, very tricky balancing all these. And then the combining, just a couple of years ago, the 3 councils, the turmoil and turbulence has gone on. Yeah, can you describe how has it worked out?
It's completely taken over my life.
I thought so.
Completely. I mean, you know, there is no downtime at all. I was in Malta for my holidays, got back just before the quarantine, but I was just as busy there. And wherever you are, you're looking at, you know, how will it impact here? One of the interesting things about Malta, and this is how sad I am, is it is one of the European capital places for language schools, which of course is what Bournemouth is famous for. So I was, you know, scouting around in Malta to have a look and see how are they doing it there and how can we bring back some of the ideas here. So you are never off duty, and yeah, the children do go through it a bit, but hey, I got to come and, you know, enjoy the Air Festival from the VIP tent last year. Never got to do that before. Normally up on the cliff top.
You declared that in the members' interest book, I'm sure.
I think I only had a glass of water,
just to,
so I think
just to
I was
make sure
all right
you all
there.
know that. We're all very transparent in BCP. Marvellous. Well, I think you've made a wonderful ambassador, and I hope many other people around here do agree with that. Andy.
George, thank you very much. Councillor Vicky Slade, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you next year as well. Okay, this is the virtual Bournemouth Air Festival. We're live to you from Centre VR. Big thank you to our sponsors, Safe and Secure, City Fibre and BCP Council, of course. And back with more for you in just a couple of minutes.
Smart technology now lies at the heart of almost everything we do, powering every corner of our economy and society. It's there when we're learning, meeting new people, sharing new experiences. As the applications, devices and services we use become smarter, the need to share more data at faster speeds grows ever higher, and network performance and reliability become ever more critical. That's why, at City Fibre, we're investing £4 billion to build the UK's most intelligent, software-defined, full fibre access network. A network to not only serve gigabit speeds to up to 8 million homes and businesses, but capable of 100 gigabits per second and beyond. Powering 5G, connecting everything from hospitals, schools and stadiums to the myriad of IoT sensors that will realise smart city visions. But it's about more than just laying fibre. We're building a network that's always on, that can be upgraded at the click of a mouse, where problems can be fixed before they are noticed. One that allows our partners to define and control their own services and deliver a superior customer experience at the lowest cost per bit, per mile, per service. A network that stands ready for whatever the future brings. City Fibre, networks designed for the digital age.
Legionella compliance rules means that you should be monitoring water temperatures and regularly flushing the taps in your building. This traditionally means someone running all the hot and cold taps in the building for 2 minutes and recording the temperatures. This is a significant cost in time and management to any business. In addition, the records must be stored for 5 years. Safe and secure compliance can supply an automatic flushing and temperature testing unit that can be dynamically controlled on our cloud-based smart building platform. This significantly reduces the costs associated with maintaining your business's Legionella risks and ensures that you remain safe and compliant. Our technology allows you to schedule your tests automatically and flush on demand, and automate your reporting. Lets you monitor all of your required water outlets in real time. Stores 5 years of historical data on an interactive platform. And provides real-time alarm notification if the temperature thresholds are exceeded. By using the safe and secure compliance Legionella monitoring solution, you remove the need for any manual work, remove any potential human errors, easily demonstrate compliance, meet all health and safety requirements, and avoid any potential Legionella infections. The system is smart, simple to install, and cost-effective. To maintain your business's regulatory compliance, get in touch on 03338 806 920 or email us on inquiries@safesecurecompliance.com. Safe and secure compliance. Your world smarter.
Well, welcome back, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I hope you're having fun. We're certainly having a great time here on the beach, just enjoying this wonderful weather that's come our way, just perfect for an air display. Of course, the whole event is brought to you by Safe and Secure City Fibre and BCP Council, and we're going through many different aspects of the past decade or so of the Air Festival, but we're also looking forward, and it's an opportunity now. You may well have been listening to us talking to Vicky Slade a few moments ago about the green initiatives that BCP is exploring throughout not just the area, but of course the festival itself as well. And interestingly enough, we hope at some stage to feature the very first of the green aircraft. And I want to tell you now a little bit about Rolls-Royce. Now, Rolls-Royce has a very special relationship with this area, particularly through the Charles Rolls Memorial Trust. And we'll be talking to Stephen Robson after this particular clip that I'm going to show you in just a moment. But Rolls-Royce have been working on a really exceptional project, and that is to build the world's fastest electric aircraft. It sports probably the most condensed and biggest battery that there is, and I dropped in to the team on a conversation which they were having at Staverton Airport, where the project is being mounted. And I'm talking, or I was involved in this conversation, but we're joining it halfway through with Matthew Parr, who's the Chief Project Manager, and Phil O'Dell, who is the Chief Test Pilot.
6,000 cells. We've got 6,000 cells packed into groups of 3, so effectively we've got 3 separate batteries linked obviously in series, so that we can fly with redundancy, which is clearly important to us in the development phase, and 3 independent electric motors as well. So we can run an independent electric motor from an independent third of the main battery. And yeah, incredible. 6,000 cells.
Yeah, 6,000 of these things that the team had to individually connect together as well to fit into that battery case in the centre. But the airframe itself, we're working with the NXT, the Sharp Nemesis NXT, and it was ideally suited for what we wanted to try and undertake. So the aircraft itself we used to have a big Lycoming engine up front with the fuel tank right behind here in the centre section. For us, in an all-electric conversion, that's fantastic. Our motors are quite slim. They fit right in the front in this area. All this space back towards where the pilot sits is essentially a one large flying battery. just to get us up, give us the power, and then get us to get that record.
With my feet sitting effectively at the back of the battery pack, so as temperature guides.
Absolutely, Scotty. All sorts of things are going through my mind. Of course, is when you pull up and you're low on power. Can you get to the charging point? For example, are we about to see the start of charging points at airfields?
I think so. Absolutely, yeah, very much so. Infrastructure is a huge part of this, and the journey, the acceleration, the journey to electric flight. And that infrastructure needs to start to be put in place very soon. And there are plans. I've been approached. I know Matthew has by airfields that are looking at putting those charging points in place. So it's coming. It's very much coming. And I think as soon as it starts, it probably needs one more step, one more jump forward, and then there will be a huge exponential leap forward in its capability. It's not far away from being every airfield you go to, and very much more available than it is now. The parallels with vehicles, with car technology and how they rose exponentially are about at that king point in that curve, I feel.
I think excitingly, it's happening in general aerospace first as well. So we've got a fantastic airframe with a fantastic challenge to go break a speed record. But already today, you can go get a training aircraft. If you want to learn to fly today, you can learn to fly all electric in a two-seater aircraft, and it's developing.
And you spoke about the Beaver, and there will be other versions of that, I think, first. So I don't think it will be that many years before people fly commercially on perhaps some island hopping trips to begin with. You're not going to cross the Atlantic in an electric aeroplane for a long, long time. But you will in a hybrid aeroplane, in a more electric aeroplane, in a hydrogen-powered aeroplane. So it really is the third age. It's not just us that are calling it the third age. It's a massive and exciting change. If I can digress into COVID and everything that's awful that's all around us at the moment, and all the difficulties for that, and there'll be lots of young people who dreamt of entering aviation as I did, and they'll be worried about COVID, they'll be worried about the pandemic, what that means. But there is so much excitement just around the corner in aviation that don't give up on it. And you'll know that you never, it's all about endeavour, isn't it, and continuing. And it's worthwhile because there's a very exciting future for aviation not far away.
Well, I'm glad you went to that. Yes, we're all inspired by it. Now, you have a pretty strong apprenticeship, a bunch of people, obviously, that you recruit into Rolls-Royce every year. I just wonder, have you done any outreach work with this particular project as well, with local schools, or are you recruiting apprentices specifically to work onto this project? Tell me how you've managed it.
So from me, and very much from Phil as well, how we use this project to go in and inspire people about aviation, as well as electric aviation, was a key reason why we both got so involved. And yes, what we've done actually is we've looked at how do we support people during the COVID with homeschooling. So if you go onto the Rolls-Royce website today, if you go into our careers section, we've got a whole load of STEM resources all about sustainable flight, using this project as the example to take you through essentially the UK national curriculum. So we're really proud of the material that's been collated there by the team in this hangar in their spare time. And sort of lots of activities ongoing on there as well. You can read more about.
It's an extraordinary story, really, but one thing comes out really hugely to me, and that is the passion that you both share for what you're doing. And aviation is one of those inspirational worlds to be in. And you cross both divides, both the engineering aspect and the pure flying aspect. But Matthew, I'm curious to know, how did you get started? Did you expect to be where you are today?
So I took probably quite a traditional route into engineering. So I studied electrical engineering, and then I joined Rolls-Royce a number of years now, but straight in, and had a very varied career in engineering throughout, and ultimately now sort of leading this project. But for me, what's incredibly special is I joined as an electrical engineer, and now to be part of creating these sorts of fantastic opportunities, looking into how do we start to enable the third age of aviation, looking at electric flight is fantastic. I think there are various routes, the apprenticeships, graduates, and sort of different approaches into aviation. All I think are absolutely amazing, and just give you a chance to work in what I think is the most exciting industry. And there's the opportunities to move around different aircraft types, different countries. I've been very fortunate to work in the UK, in the Nordics, in Singapore, all within the aviation environment. So I think it's absolutely tremendous industry to be working in. Even all the points we have today, everybody knows we're going to see a bright future.
Yeah, well, you've certainly got me signing up, but I'll be telling my godchildren now rather than obviously signing up myself. But if you've got one great job, Matthew, Phil certainly has got another one, because just getting to fly the aircraft you've flown, Phil, and the tremendous career you've had. But really go back to when you were about 15, 16. Did you really expect that this is what you would be doing? Tell us how you got into it.
No, I didn't. I dreamt of it. So the first air show I ever went to was Bournemouth Air Show, and I stood on the cliffs, on the over cliff, and watched the red arrows come over the top, and I just saw the passion, I saw the fun, I saw the power, I saw the interest, I saw the energy, I saw so much, and then started to go out to Bournemouth Airport and watch aeroplanes. My father used to travel a little bit in the Hawker Siddeley 748s, the Down Air 748s from Bournemouth, and I used to go and watch those arrive, and I just felt it was an incredible place to be. I think Matthew said it all. I didn't believe I could do it. My parents, my father very kindly found the money for me to learn to fly, or start learning to fly out at Bournemouth Flying Club. And that set me off on the road. And then I was lucky enough, and I think I really was very lucky, to get accepted by the Air Force. Not necessarily the first route I thought I'd follow. I thought I'd follow a more civil route, but I joined the Air Force and spent 18 years in the Air Force, and then finished as a test pilot. I was lucky enough to get onto the test pilot course. Once again, I was in the right place at the right time. You do occasionally make your own luck. I accept that and I believe that, but there was luck and timing involved. Sent out to France to do the test pilot's course. Came back to not far from where we are today in Bournemouth, just up the road in Salisbury at Boscombe Down. And then, once again, great deal of serendipity with timing, but I managed to, the timing was right, and I managed to join Rolls as a test pilot for Rolls. And I've been there nearly 18 years now. And I've got three 22, 24, 27-year-old kids, three kids who are constantly on about sustainability and our future and the future and what it's actually nice to be able to genuinely turn around and say, we're on it, we're doing a lot, and there is a lot that is being done by Rolls, very proud to say, but also by everybody in the aviation industry, and we will leave that legacy. And I know Bournemouth in the future wants to do more on sustainability and more, to highlight that. So hopefully we can come back next year in person and help with that challenge and that objective.
Well, I think you've summed that up brilliantly, the pair of you. Really inspirational stuff. What a fantastic project to be involved in. And yes, I agree with you, Phil. It's great to have today's young generation telling us, more senior generation, to get a grip of this environmental thing and make some changes now. So, well done. Well, boys and girls, mums and dads, that's Matthew Parr and Phil O'Dell from Rolls-Royce. If you want to give us a big wave, guys, it's been great chatting to you today. Thank you very, very much indeed.
See you soon. Cheerio.
Well, what an inspirational conversation that was. Just terrific guys, right at the top of their tree, and how exciting that's going to be. Hopefully we will see that green, the fastest electric aircraft in the world, come to the Bournemouth Air Festival. But as I mentioned at the start of this section, the Rolls-Royce company has a very, very special relationship with the Bournemouth and Christchurch area, going back over 110 years. And the link between that is all to do with the Charles Rolls Heritage Trust. And it's my pleasure now to introduce Stephen Robson, who is the chairman of the trust, joining us here this afternoon. Good afternoon, Stephen.
Good afternoon, George. Thanks for inviting me.
Well, it's great to come in, and it's good you're joining us here on this wonderful beach, a pleasant afternoon. Describe the sort of things that is under your custody and what the trust is doing with this particular Charles Rolls heritage.
Okay, well, there's two parts to the trust. One, obviously, is Charles Rolls. We promote Charles as a great pioneer, and he was very significant in cars and ballooning and aviation, obviously. And also, we promote the heritage of Bournemouth at the time. Bournemouth was very forward-looking, And in fact, Bournemouth had its own pioneer in 1909, a man called William McArdle. And he formed one of the first aviation schools over at East Boulder, at Bewley, with an American, Armstrong Drexel. And so we try and bring everything together, which is unique, because everyone studied either Rolls or the aviation meeting, but not brought the two together in that environment. In fact, Armstrong Drexel was from the Drexel Bank of New York, and one of the students there was a man called J.P. Morgan.
Wow, the investment banker. Well, that is extraordinary. If you could just try and speak a little bit like that's perfect. So thank you, Stephen. Now, the interesting thing is, of course, we ought to reinforce, most people nearby probably know it, but there may be some boys and girls who don't understand why the Charles Rolls name is so significant. And it was all to do with one of the earliest air shows in Christchurch, wasn't it?
That's right. Back in 1910, Bournemouth was holding its centenary. And part of this centenary was to have an air festival. It was the first international air festival in the country. And of course, all the great pioneers of the time came, Rolls being one of them. And it formed half of the centenary. The other one was battles of flowers and carnivals. So it was a significant event in the Edwardian times.
Absolutely extraordinary. Looking over the horizon, how do you think we could use this work in terms of education, perhaps future links with the greener flying world as well? And of course, at the same time, linking that with, let's forget the cars are equally important as well, aren't they?
That's right.
What sort of projects do you think you might be building up during 2021 and 22?
Well, at the moment, we hold an annual commemoration. And that's where we have access to the memorial plaque for Charles Rolls, because it's on private ground. It's on the private ground of St. Peter's School. And it's surrounded by houses, so normally people just cannot see it. So we hold that annually, except for this year, of course. And also, we're involved with the school in a STEM project. Rolls lost his life by trying to land in a certain point on the fields. And so we have a glider competition where the children design gliders, and they have to fly the gliders so that it lands in a specific spot to emulate Rolls. And 240 children got involved in this at the school in 8 teams, sort of 30 children per team, and then had a grand finale day of flying their gliders.
Fantastic. Well, that was Stephen Robson, the chairman of the Charles Rolls Heritage Trust. And I hope you'll stay in touch with that, particularly if we've got some school teachers and school children listening as well, to get involved with that project. Tremendous. And then hopefully we will see that green aircraft here as well, connecting 110 years of Rolls-Royce development. But interestingly enough, there is another link here in that I also happen to be chairman of an historical flight trust as well. I rescued some aircraft from the British Army, and I'm very much involved in pursuing the interests and connections with the valour that was shown in those pilots in the earlier years when they had very little protection and certainly no weaponry on board their aircraft and so on and so forth. And for the last couple of years, I've also been trying to develop a link with the community, with schools, and also broader education, but particularly amongst commemorations and memorials for the veteran community. Take a look now at this short video we've put together with my pilots and crew over at Middle Wallop.
Good afternoon, Historics 1 and 2, Beaver with 3 POB and Oscar with 2 POB with information November requesting start for Yeovilton.
Historics 1 and Historics 2, Wallop Radio. Good afternoon, surface wind if you need it, 320 degrees at 9 knots.
Historics 1 and 2, thank you, clear stop.
Some really great work being done there by that charity, and George will talk about that just very quickly in a second. Remember, of course, if you'd like to find out everything that's taking place for our 3 days here, bournemouthair.co.uk/virtual air, straight across social media. I know today we're calling Fancy Dress Friday, and we already have loads of images and photos that are coming through, which are fantastic, so keep those coming through. We're going to get those on the screen a little bit later. But bournemouthair.co.uk/virtual air is our web address. Now, George, that charity, you put a bit of personal effort into that as well, but way and above, didn't you? You went walking. How many pairs of shoes did you lose?
Well, I certainly got holes in the first pair of boots I was wearing. It was tough, yeah. That's one of many fundraising things that I've done to get this on the road. The organisation itself is an all-volunteer effort with no funding whatsoever from the MOD. It still looks and feels like a military outfit, and we run it as a sort of historic squadron. And we're all obviously ex-qualified military pilots. So that's what's good about it. But of course, just getting the aircraft, so many are now being sold off, and many of them going overseas, that I'm also part of a much larger organisation connected to Parliament to preserve and keep as much of British aviation heritage in Britain. Because we want to stop it, basically leaving the country. But nonetheless, for this little outfit, it's very much, a full-time hobby, to be perfectly honest, apart from a few other air shows as well. If you want to learn more about that, just go to the Historic Army Aircraft Flight on the web, and you'll find more about that. That links to another site called Half Tech, which will give you all the news and stories and backgrounds to the various aircraft and the pilots that fly those aircraft. But it's just one of many, many military charities, and there are literally dozens of them. But actually, we on this particular festival, Andy, are concentrating on just a few, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, the festival's got a history, hasn't it, George, of being involved with service charities. So let's just go through a few of those now. Let's start with the Royal Navy Royal Marine charity. They support sailors, Marines and their families, of course, for life. And the Royal Navy nominated Air Festival charity Campaign 75, celebrating 75 years since the end of World War II. Victory in Europe Day on May the 8th and Victory in Japan Day on August the 15th. And it helps to continue to support sailors, Marines and their families for life.
Yes, they really do an incredible job. And of course, a lot of this is about supporting veterans. Those are sick, ill, just haven't got the resources available to them, or for some one or two reasons have fallen through the cracks in the support system that the nation has to offer. You'll be surprised, perhaps, at some of the turnovers of these. They're very, very big charities, because one of the others we support is the Army Benevolent Fund, better known as the Soldiers Charity, and that operates at a level around about £12 million a year. Now, in many ways, you would expect that, because, of course, the Army being the largest, it now operates between 75,000, 80,000 personnel. But go back over the years, and of course the British Army was hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. So you can imagine, particularly from the Second World War, still a lot of veterans left there. But the number of conflicts we've had, and there was only 1 year in the last 5 decades or so where we did not lose a soldier on active service, which is extraordinary. So a massive amount of work needs to be done. And of course, what we'd like you to do actually is go to the websites of these various charities and log on yourselves and give whatever you can to help support them. Clearly, I've been involved in a couple, having been in the Air Force and the Army myself, and I would want you very much to support them as best you can.
Let's look at the work of the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. It's an RAF-nominated charity, and it's the leading welfare charity for the RAF. In 2018, as George was saying there about some of these budgets, they spent more than £20.9 million on welfare delivery, which included £10.2 million supporting individuals, £5.5 million on housing provision and adaptations, £2.6 million on respite and care services and well-being breaks, and £312,000 on child and youth facilities through station grants. And, of course, the Royal Air Force Association, an RAF-nominated charity committed to providing confidential, professional and fair services to members of the wider RAF family, from the youngest recruit to the oldest veteran and their families as well. And let's take a look at some of the work of the RAFA. So a quick and well-deserved look at the work of the RAFA. So many, they're all worthy causes, but so many. And when you really start to look at the work behind the scenes of these military charities, George, they really do go above and beyond, don't they?
Yeah, it's extraordinary. They, of course, have a lot of professional staff with them. I mean, like my particular operation, it's unusual to have all voluntary, and it's probably absolutely wise that you manage them in a proper business and professional manner. But of course, why does it operate? It's not just conflict, but it is, of course, a result of really training people in difficult circumstances to operate in difficult terrains, all different types of, and so on and so forth. And that is one of the great attractions of military life. It's the adventure that, of course, attracts it. And you're, unsurprisingly, come into some certain areas, well, maybe it just overstretches you.
Yeah.
And that is the beauty of it. But alongside that, of course, there's tremendous camaraderie. All of us have different ways and memories of how we make our best friends, but there is no doubt that living in a trench, cold and wet, somewhere on the moors in Scotland or in northern England, actually, if you don't get on with the mate next to you, you're in deep trouble.
Well, let's talk about careers. I mean, we're focusing in this hour, George, aren't we, on the Royal Navy? So let's focus now on the senior service, as it's known. And of course, joining the Royal Navy isn't just a career. It is, as George says, something of a lifestyle. It might not be for everyone, but if it's for you, then you are going to enjoy the unique benefits that only the military life can offer. Now, you can find out more about what people like you are all over the world are doing right now. They call it the day job. And we're going to give you some more information about what a career in the Royal Navy could mean for you and the work of the Royal Navy over the next hour. From the amazing things that you'll be doing if you do join the Royal Navy, the vital duties you'll perform, to having a family while you serve. A job in the Royal Navy means adventure, camaraderie, as George said, and lifelong prospects. And every day you'll make a difference. No 2 days are the same, and you could be policing the world's oceans, delivering humanitarian aid to natural or man-made disasters when they strike, or you could be deployed in combat. No matter what job you do, you'll be a key part in operations around the world. So if you're ready to go places, let's take a look.
On an average day around the world, the Royal Navy has thousands of sailors and Royal Marines and as many as 40 ships, submarines and aircraft deployed or preparing to deploy. Across all 7 continents, your Royal Navy is out there doing what is asked of it, and at times much more. Active and fully engaged around the world. As a nation, we rely on the stable supply of oil, gas and raw materials into our ports. By guarding the flow of these energy resources and ensuring trade routes remain open and safe to use, the Navy protects UK supply lines and safeguards its prosperity. Every day of the year, the Navy provides security by maintaining a visible presence in home waters and in regions overseas where there are strong UK interests. This allows the Royal Navy to build relationships with regional partners and respond rapidly to conflict, aggression and unforeseen natural disasters, helping restore stability, bringing humanitarian assistance and saving lives. Promoting partnerships with other nations is key to helping them to make the sea safer for everyone, as well as helping to share the burden of providing security. It also allows us to increase levels of understanding and cooperation between nations. By being globally deployed, the Royal Navy prevents conflict. Its reassuring presence can often be enough to deter threats, help keep the peace and stabilise potential hotspots. And being globally deployed also helps the Navy to respond swiftly to unforeseen events as and when they emerge. This is why the Navy is always ready to fight and win in combat at sea, on land and in the air. All of the Royal Navy's tasks are possible because the 30,000 sailors and Marines of the Royal Navy are a highly skilled and efficient force. They are the lifeblood of the service, able to adapt whatever the mission demands and are the key to delivering success anywhere in the world. The Royal Navy is your Navy, working 365 days a year around the globe with one aim: protecting our nation's interests.
Well, I think you'll agree that was a pretty exciting taster for life in the military, let alone the Royal Navy. And adventure, it certainly is. But it's also the cutting edge of technology, which is really key as well. And we mentioned innovation in the Bournemouth Air Festival earlier on today. And of course, innovation also came in the form of a beach assault, if many of you remember. And it was run by a guy called Major Cliff Dare. Well, the Navy have a Dare team. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Cliff was actually involved in starting that, but the DARE team is all about discover, analysis, and rapid exploitation. They explore ways of providing cutting-edge technology and operational prototypes to show where the Royal Navy could go in the future. And they've been talking and listening to frontline sailors and Royal Marines on how things could be done differently and better. So they've involved the whole team. And they hope to turn these future ideas into reality. Let's take a look at them.
The Royal Navy DARE team operates a wide programme of innovation and technology acceleration activity for the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines. This includes the use of small tactical surveillance unmanned air vehicles at 700 X-ray Squadron that can be carried by a single Marine. Larger UAVs are being tested for surveillance of larger areas. For example, tracking an intruder, or for training purposes, offering a new perspective on training evolutions and debriefing. The use of UAVs for cargo delivery is a cost-effective and flexible method of delivering stores from ship to ship or from ship to shore in amphibious operations. DARE has been involved in trialling potential systems for future operation. High-value stores in transit can sometimes exceed shock, temperature and humidity limits. DARE is testing a low-powered wireless sensor that has been trialled at sea. The Internet of Things technology used for this sensor can also be used for remote surveillance and protection. Small disposable sensors such as these can provide remote detection of intruders from vibration, heat or acoustic signature. DARE has been championing the use of additive manufacturing at sea and on shore. With on-site 3D laser scanning of parts, CAD suites and 3D printing of parts, the volume of stores being transferred either around a task group or from the UK to the front line can be significantly reduced. DARE also works to accelerate ideas from the front line, an example of which is an electronic ship has board that replicates the displays and the procedure on ships, but ensures that many of the process errors that can occur are mitigated. The idea came from a lieutenant at FOST who was constructively dissatisfied with the current system. The use of challenging simulated targets assures both the gun and missile systems, as well as the operational crews, to a higher level than is currently achievable. Rattler delivers a unique, cost-effective solution through the innovative use of an unmanned maneuverable target. The Banshee Jet 80, as a deploying vehicle, gives the Rattler missile the flexibility to deliver a complex and challenging scenario representing today's threats. Hammerhead replicates high-speed naval tactics and simulates a swarm attack. The unmanned surface vessels provide realistic training against swarm attacks and can be adapted to simulate a variety of naval threats. DARE continues to challenge boundaries, invest in high-risk and high-reward projects, and inspire innovation throughout the naval service.
Some real innovation there from the Royal Navy. But I have to say, as soon as George mentioned Major Cliff there, I panic. Because that guy, I mean, he's a great guy, isn't he? Really, really is. And he won't mind me saying this, but he picked me up like a matchstick. And that is no mean feat, I can tell you that. Right, let's continue. And look now, the awesome Lightning F-35B. It's a 5th generation combat aircraft. It's going to be operating alongside the Typhoon. It's a multi-role machine capable of conducting missions including air-to-surface, electronic warfare, intelligence gathering, and air-to-air simultaneously. It's going to be reaching speeds of Mach 1.6. And here to tell us more about this is a current serving F-35 pilot.
I thought I'd take this opportunity to show you around the jet, tell you about some of the kit we fly with and some of the things we do with the aircraft. So let's go. Okay guys, so this is the F-35, the F-35B. There are 3 types in the program. In the UK we've got the F-35B, which brings us the short takeoff vertical landing capability that we need to be able to operate off the deck of the Queen Elizabeth class carrier. F-35 is a multi-role, all types of weather, day and night, joint strike fighter. And we have a network capability and low observability, both in the visual, infrared, and crucially to radar. So we've got a very, very small radar cross-section, making it much more difficult for the enemy to find us and to target us. And we are minimizing our signature in various ways, and one of those is to have internally carried stores. So you can see on the jet the weapons bays that are below the fuselage of the aircraft, and those doors are open right now. And when those doors are shut, the signature is at its absolute minimum. So if we can carry those stores internally and then only open those doors for a very small amount of time to release them, then we're minimizing our signature. The F-35B is able to land on the Queen Elizabeth class aircraft carrier because of its short takeoff and vertical landing capability. And the way we achieve that is by using the lift system that's on board the aircraft. So at the back of the jet we've got a nozzle, which is the main thrust of the engine in normal flight. So the main engine is generating about 20,000 pounds of thrust, and we can rotate that nozzle downwards and use that to hold up the aircraft. But the aircraft weighs a lot more than that, and all that thrust is at the back. So we need to get some more thrust from somewhere, and we need to use it to balance the thrust that's coming from the engine at the back. So the other thing that we've got is a lift fan, and that's driven by a clutch drive mechanism, and it's generating another 20,000 pounds of thrust, more or less. So with those 2 columns of air, we're able to create a cushion of air that we're holding the aircraft up above the ground with. There is no head-up display in this aircraft like you might see in legacy platforms. We've got all the information we need on our helmet-mounted display. So you can see in the helmet now there's 2 projectors, and if I drop this visor, then that's where the information is being presented to the pilot. So you can't see any of that from the outside, but I can see, if I was in the jet, I would be able to see the information projected onto the helmet. And wherever I look in space, that display is moving with my head so that I can see what's happening in real time. So here at Marham, we've got the Operational Conversion Unit, 207 Squadron, as well as the first frontline F-35B Squadron in the UK, 617 Squadron, the Dambusters. And on 207, we are taking pilots who have come straight through training, who have previously flown the Hawk T2, and we're going to take them from that 2-seat training aircraft and teach them how to fly this single-seat joint strike fighter.
Well, everyone, I hope you've enjoyed this tour and demonstration of the F-35B light.
We certainly did enjoy that tour. Absolutely fantastic. I just love the way the pilot can see everything. It doesn't matter whether he's got metal underneath him, because the aircraft itself has got cameras all over it. So he can literally put his head down and see through the bottom of the aircraft. Superb stuff. Well, look, one of these F-35Bs actually took part in exercises with Queen Elizabeth. So we're going to go straight on and see what actually happened when those trials took place.
This is a first. The F-35B has never touched the deck
of HMS Queen Elizabeth or the class of carrier, and that's what first-class flight trials is. It's bringing those two systems together, the F-35 and the ship, and making sure they're interoperable and melding the two together so we have a true fighting system to move forward for the next 50 years. To turn that corner and look at HMS Queen Elizabeth sat in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean with its own guard ship, a British guard ship sat next to it, filled me with pride.
It really was a momentous occasion. You know, the eyes of the UK and defence were watching us to see how we performed. So when those aircraft first arrived, and personal connection, Nathan Gray, who was flying that lead aircraft, good friend of mine, we flew Harriers together many years ago. To see the jet in the hover alongside and then finally land vertically on the deck was a real key moment. I think a massive sense of relief, but for everybody it was opening that next chapter of carrier aviation from the Royal Navy as F-35B landed on the Queen Elizabeth class, HMS Queen Elizabeth. That was the start of the next 50 years of what we're going to do with this ship. Back in 2010, it was quite, in fact, very mixed emotions. It was a privilege to fly the last Harrier ever from HMS Ark Royal and the Invincible class aircraft carrier. The mixed emotions were that was the shutdown of our carrier strike capability for the Royal Navy and for the UK.
It was difficult to contemplate taking a decade out of carrier strike, but there was a promise and there was a carrot dangled at the end of the line in front of us that in a decade's time there would be this immense capability, and that was going to be F-35B on HMS Queen Elizabeth.
The carrier is built specifically for the F-35. We call it a 5th gen carrier. It's got all the systems that have been engineered and built into the aircraft carrier purely for the F-35. So no other carrier in the world has been built just for the F-35, and from the embryonic stage, this carrier was built just for this air vehicle.
It feels like we've moved forward about a generation in true capability, and so it's incredibly impressive the advances that have been made just in a short period of time. And the UK are going to be very, very, very impressed with what they get at the end of this trial. There are three elements of the total uniqueness of this ship: the ski jump, the twin islands, and then the shipboard rolling vertical landing. The F-35B can land with forward speed now. It can land on a ship with about 30-35 knots of overtake, and it doesn't need any braking assistance. It doesn't need an arrestor hook. It doesn't need arrestor gear. It just comes down in its semi-jet ball mode, and it hits the deck. We jump on the brakes and we bring it to a full stop. And this has never been done before. So that was by far one of the greatest accomplishments of this trial.
From the BL side, we've proven the vertical landing capability of the aircraft out on the amphibious assault ships. Now we're just doing it on this carrier, but specifically evaluating the turbulent effect of wind over deck with the specific ship structures that are here on the flight deck. The ski jump ramp is not new to us as a flight test team. We have a land-based ramp that we evaluated at PAX Server. Slightly different profile here on the ship, so we're just evaluating the launch and the launch characteristics, everything from the loads that are imparted on the landing gear to how the aircraft handles on the flight deck with a crosswind to its launch performance as it goes off the ramp exit.
This trial has been the focus of our lives, so many people's lives, for the last 2 years. It's not all about the 8 weeks on board. In fact, it's mostly about the 2 years that led up to this.
The proudest moment that I'll look back to is thinking of the people. All the people within the F-35 ITF, you know, such fiercely intelligent people working so hard, so dedicated to the cause of making this air vehicle the best in the world, which it is. But then also the people who've built this carrier, and then more importantly, the people who actually live on board the carrier. This is a floating city, and it's the people on board right now that are making this happen. And those people won't change over 50 years. That's the defining moment of now.
The total professionalism, the total dogged determination, and the utter sacrifice that people have made in order to get to the point where we can fly on board this ship and absolutely knock it out of the park. That is what I will remember. Satisfaction lies in the effort, not in the attainment. And full effort is full victory. And we're going to walk off this ship knowing that we put in full effort. And that's why we'll walk off this ship feeling fully victorious.
That training, of course, with HMS Queen Elizabeth taking place off the coast of the USA. The F-35, though, returned back to the UK last year, so that was quite an event. And let's find out what the formidable aircraft has been up to since then.
Well, pretty exciting stuff. And if you haven't picked it up already, I think you've learned that getting into the military is all about a team effort. The squadron commander there reinforcing the effort focus on that. So to be part of a team, you've obviously got to be qualified in lots of different disciplines. We're going to take a look now at the first discipline, and that's all about being an engineer in the Navy.
Macho Pora. I'm a marine engineer. We use the whole Macho today. We use this for DC to cut through and lift metal.
So looking there at a career in the Royal Navy. Now we're going to be talking very shortly and moving on to refuelling at sea. And George, obviously you've got an aviation background. Refueling in the air, how do you do that?
Oh, that's easy, Andy. You just press the call button.
No, I wasn't talking about getting more G's and T's, was I? No, okay. Well, look, apparently refueling at sea can be as tricky as George pressing the G and T button in the air. Here's how HMS Queen Elizabeth undertakes this essential task.
So it's replenishment day today for the task group. We're joined by the United States naval ship Supply, and part of the task group we also have HMS Monmouth and the United States ship the Lassen, a destroyer that's working with us at the moment. Important to do a replenishment. It's like our floating petrol station. She's come to supply the task group with much needed fuel, in particular aviation fuel, but also diesel as well to supply our gas turbines and our diesel generators. Part of the process is for us to sail down a particular course. The replenishment ship has come alongside us, and then we pass over a number of hoses of which we connect up to our tanks, and then they start pumping. This will probably take a couple of hours for us to take enough fuel to sustain us for the next couple of weeks. Take fuel, it extends our range, it allows us to stay on operations a lot longer, and it means we don't have to go alongside that often, which is really important for sustainability and for our capability as well.
Well, that's just one of the many roles you can fulfill. Throughout the course of the next few days, we'll be looking at lots of different roles, actually. But right now, having focused on HMS Queen Elizabeth, we're going to take a quick look at HMS Prince of Wales. Now, Brigadier Fraser, who is the Navy Regional Commander for Wales and Western England, has been through Navy headquarters engaging alongside HMS Flying Fox with the BCP events team, of course, to support the Air Festival over the years with the Army and the Royal Marines, bringing armed forces life literally to our front door on the beach here through music, hands-on interactive village areas and ship tours as well, which have been hugely popular throughout the history of the Air Festival. Well, here he is now to tell us a little bit more about the incredible aircraft carrier, the HMS Prince of Wales.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my absolute pleasure as the Regional Commander for the Navy to give a short introduction to the film you're about to see, updating us on the progress of HMS Prince of Wales, our second aircraft carrier, following an amazing few months at sea for the ship and our ship's company. And also just to look forward to what will be a virtual version this year of the Bournemouth Air Festival. And for the Navy, it's many years we've enjoyed being there physically, and indeed last year we can reflect on a really amazing few days in the sun with our two ships in the bay, including HMS Argyll, lots and lots of people interacting with the Navy and enjoying seeing what we do at sea and on the beach, and of course listen to our fantastic military music from the Royal Marines Band. So I hope you enjoy the virtual version of the Bournemouth Air Festival this year, and we very much look forward to seeing you next year and beyond when the Navy will be there once again. So enjoy. Thank you very much.
My name's Gary Nicholson. I'm the Executive One Officer. I just wanted to give you a little update on what the exec have been doing in the last few months. So we've been looking after all the people on board through COVID-19. We set up a management cell to look after our men and women. I think that's been really successful. We've also really helped out with the trainees who have been between courses. So those guys that have done 10 weeks at Raleigh and then come onto the ship for a little bit of a taste of life at sea, and then give them a little introduction for a week, and then they've been sent back to their relevant courses. We're also just gearing up now, so we're preparing for what happens next. So we're due to go to sea in September, and then we will ramp up with a 3-week training package to then make sure that we're ready, fit for going to sea.
HMS Prince of Wales and the rest of the Armed Forces is ready to support civilian authorities wherever necessary during the COVID-19 pandemic. We're part of Military Aid to Civilian Authorities, MACA for short, to provide support whenever and wherever we're needed. Our current tasking is to provide mobile testing units throughout the southeast region of the UK from the 29th of June, and our training has been delivered by the Army in order that we can effectively support them in taking over this tasking. The aim of the training is to get all of our nominated personnel up to a highly trained standard so that we can deliver an effective output to the civilian community.
On leaving Liverpool, the Weapon Engineering Department spent the remaining time at sea carrying out a number of trials to both prove our own radar systems and also to characterise a number of signatures and features for the class. Since returning to Bournemouth, the main focus has been supporting the ongoing capability insertion period, in preparation for the ship's deployment across the Atlantic at the start of next year. During KIP, there have been over 30 major additions and alterations to the dedicated W equipment, such as greater network capability, increased and upgraded modern IT and comms, landing aids for the F-35 jets, and self-protection weapon fits. As part of the Deck-Free Trials Programme, flying trials are planned to take place in the first quarter of 2021. The support of the WE department in expanding our capabilities has and continues to be vital for this.
This has remained a busy period for the logistics department. Despite current global supply chain challenges, the team has continued to provide stores and catering support to facilitate the capability insertion period. As part of that package, our junior rate scullery is being improved and expanded. We have also provided a full range of logistical support to Prince of Wales's contribution to military aid to civilian authorities in the form of equipment, provisions, and administration to those personnel on the front line in responding to the COVID-19 threat. At the same time, the department is currently preparing for the ship's first ever flotilla logistics inspection. This will provide command with the assurance that this department can support Prince of Wales effectively as we generate towards future deployments.
During KIP, the medical facilities on board are continuing to be enhanced. This includes the fitting out of our operating theatres with state-of-the-art operating tables, decontamination areas to support the theatre, and providing intensive care equipment in the ward to enable post-surgical care. This will allow us to fully realise our Role 2 capability, giving the ship the facility to embark a full surgical team and perform life-saving damage control surgery at sea. As a Role 2 platform, we will not only be able to support the ship, but the wider task group as well.
Throughout KIP, the Air Department has made preparations to the flight deck ready for the embarkation of F-35 aircraft from many nations during extensive deck trials in 2021. A new thermal metallic coating has been applied, allowing the deck to dissipate heat created by landing. Visual aids for pilots are being fitted, such as the Bedford Array and centerline cameras, which facilitate safe landing of aircraft. We also deployed air traffic controllers and aircraft handlers on board HMS Queen Elizabeth to gain vital experience of operating F-35 aircraft safely on board HMS Prince of Wales.
Throughout KIP, the Warfare Department have been using their time to prepare for additional capabilities that are to be realised. This will include the addition of the Phalanx close-in weapon systems, the critical last layer of the ship's anti-missile defence, as well as Mark 44 miniguns and receiving the 5th generation fighter aircraft. Training is always ongoing in the department, with key personnel embarked on our sister ship HMS Queen Elizabeth. They are undertaking advanced fighter controller courses, as well as maintaining currency in our short-range weapon systems.
During KIP, the Marine Engineering Department has been working hard to prepare the ship for deployment next year. Progression is being made with the commissioning of new systems on board. The RAS high points are being tested to allow us to carry out replenishment at sea with support vessels from the UK and our NATO allies. Our transfer boats are also away, undergoing preparations ready for deployment. Furthermore, work has been ongoing with our electrical distribution systems on board. With so much depending on a constant supply of power, the department has been utilising innovative engineering solutions to keep power flowing throughout the ship. With the hard work and determination of all in the ME department and all of the contractors supporting us, we have been able to continue with the essential work to get this ship ready to go back to sea.
Well, you know, I think lots of exciting and interesting information there, George, but I think let's get back to something in the air, should we? And helicopter participation, as you know, at this festival has always been a thrill for us to watch, and where possible, we can meet the teams at meet and greet at the Royal Navy Village. So let's have a look now at some helicopter skills.
A20 Squadron is one of the two large frontline units for Merlin Mark II. Primarily the airframe is an anti-submarine airframe, but because of the size of Merlin, there's an awful lot of space in the back for crew to be transited around, troops, passengers and cargo. At the moment we're supporting HMS Queen Elizabeth through her trial period. Whatever she requests us to do really at the moment, we're just fulfilling for her. We're taking passengers on and off as the trials crew, that's Navy and civilian. We're also taking stores in, sometimes inside the back of the helicopter, and sometimes we undersling it and just leave it on the deck if it's too big to fit in the helicopter itself.
Okay, so in a normal constituted crew you have 4 crew members. Up front you have the 2 pilots, then you have 1 observer and 1 air crewman at the back. The pilot's job is fairly self-explanatory. They're there to keep the crew and the aircraft safe at all times. Then the observer at the back is normally seen as the mission commander. So they have the overall tactics and they make the decision based on the tactical situation they see. The air crewman is there as a sensor specialist, primarily for the sonics, so they have a really important role of kind of dissecting all that information that comes in to give to the observer to make the overall decisions.
I'm very excited to be working on these aircraft as we are the Queen Elizabeth Squadron. The challenging aspect is it's up there with the highest. You get put under pressure, you get brought in at 4 o'clock in the morning after 4 hours sleep. But then once you know that you've delivered the goods, it's a very proud thing to do, isn't it? It's exciting.
This is absolutely the job that all Navy aviators would want in the Navy. The natural attraction of the new flagship ship, and that being the biggest ship the Royal Navy's ever sailed, is of course something that really comes from time.
Yeah, every aviator would want to do this job. I get to fly the most advanced helicopter onto our newest ship for the fleet. It's really exciting.
Well, it may always appear as if the pilot gets most of the glory, but of course I've been emphasizing many, many times that it is a team effort, and none more so than in military endeavor. And you're surrounded by a huge number of people. The Typhoon, for example, in the Royal Air Force, has literally dozens of people supporting every single flight and every single pilot. In the Navy, however, there are 2 other skilled areas, of course, on board, and that is the helicopter engineer and the winchman as well, and they do an awful lot to increase the capability of that helicopter. Let's take a look at their jobs.
I'm A.T. Watson, currently deployed to HMS Sutherland with 211 flight. My primary role on the flight is an aircraft engineer, and my secondary role is the flight winchman. My roles for the flight winchman are search and rescue. So if there is a search and rescue shout, I'll go up with the aircraft and look out for people in the water, or it might be off a submarine or a ship or a boat, any of the above. And if there is someone that does require any help or assistance, I'll be put down on the winch to bring them back up into the aircraft and either to a land or back to the ship to safety. We carry out a lot of winching serials on board to make sure that I stay current with it. So if it does actually come up, then it means that I'm happy with what I've got to do.
Well, there we are. We're focusing now on lots of different roles and events. But, of course, one of the interesting things is it's the aircraft. This is, of course, the Air Festival. And for many, many years, we've been supported not just by the Royal Navy, the Army and the Air Force, but, of course, by specific aircraft. And one of those teams, interesting enough, was the Black Cats. Now, do you remember the Black Cats?
They are awesome. It's like ballet in the sky, isn't it? Brilliant.
Yeah, really, really skilled guys. Do you know anything about the name, the Black Cats, though?
No, tell me why.
No, well, it's all about black catting, which is a form of one-upmanship, getting one over, whether it's through some sort of gag or whether it's just a spoofing somebody doing something. And that's how the black catting sticks with that particular squadron as well. Really exciting stuff. But those guys have been getting around the world quite a bit too.
Yeah, they're not in the UK at the moment. Where are they now, George?
Well, the Black Cats, well, the Black Cats are actually in a little bit of suspended animation as a team. But of course, as an exercise, they've got many of the Wildcat helicopters. That's what we're going to look at next. The Wildcat replaced the Lynx helicopter in all its various different guises. And they actually, right now, have been traveling, would you believe, to the Caribbean. Let's catch up with them.
We deployed at the end of April. We did a training exercise with the US Coast Guard in Florida. We then joined our first ship, which was Wave Knights. We did some flying with lots of different nations out there. And then we joined Mounts Bay for the last 5 months for the disaster relief efforts following hurricanes and Maria. And then finally, we've been doing some counter-narcotics operations with the US Coast Guard. It's been amazing. It's been the most professionally rewarding thing I've ever done in my career. It's been challenging, tiring, emotional, but also such a sense of reward and just so pleased to have been able to help so many people. The team, the flight, the ship, the squadron, everyone working together brings results like this. It's amazing to be back. Yeah, I think you can never really sum up the feeling of seeing all your family and friends and colleagues ready to welcome you home. Yeah, especially just before Christmas.
The Wildcat has proved itself completely in this deployment. It's been a privilege to fly it. It's the first time that a Wildcat's been out into the Caribbean, and if a Wildcat hadn't been there, we wouldn't have achieved half as much.
I've always wanted to go away and do a little bit of disaster relief, go out and help people, and the fact that I've gone out and achieved that is, it's amazing.
An amazing helicopter, that, isn't it, George?
Superb.
Great team.
Very high tech.
Very, very high tech. And technology is moving faster now than at any point in history. Warfare has the potential to be impacted, and the Royal Navy needs to be a leading force on the latest technological advances. I often, and we were talking about this before we came on air, George, sometimes you can be watching a video of the latest aircraft, the latest machinery from the Royal Navy, and sometimes is this a computer simulation or is it actually the real thing? Because the designs are getting very futuristic, aren't they?
It's very spooky, and actually that's why certainly aircrew need to get out in the ambient air to actually practice the skills that they spent so much time on in the simulator.
Yeah, well, along with the Royal Marines and other fighting arms, the Royal Navy, of course, has to exploit these new technologies first to gain the war-winning advantage. Using the latest equipment and embracing innovation will ensure that the Navy is more available, sustainable and lethal. And it's going to be using digital and autonomous technology to create an adaptive and agile culture.
Okay, all positions, just listen up very quickly. So tonight's mission is to get PLF forces ashore. Therefore, my priority is to get the surface vessels out as pickets ahead so that we can challenge any OPFOR units that are closing the beach as the PLF forces go in. Priority was to get Puma airborne, conduct aerial surveillance of the beach area, and then if we have any OPFOR, that we continue to track as we hold them. Make sure we're ready, good to go for the mission. Titan confirm. Pack 950. Mast. UXV controller. Puma. Autonaut. Okay, we're good to go. Quick sit rep, and we've got hostile forces to the north of them that continue to be monitored by Puma. Quick sit rep, Titan's now ashore to position herself in between the hostile forces and the PLF forces. Well, during the course of that video, we really stepped forward in technology, going into what the Navy calls Navy X, an autonomous advance. What is that? Well, it's something very different. It's the Royal Navy's Autonomy and Lethality Accelerator, would you believe? It's tasked with introducing new technology to the front line in a more agile manner. The way they work with industry and academia to integrate, test, trial, and deliver equipment which will increase mass and lethality above the water, on the water, and unsurprisingly, under the water as well as littoral. And littoral is all about the interface between water and the coastline or the land. And that ensures that sailors and Royal Marines have operational advantage. You got all that, Andy?
I certainly have. Have we got a latest news update on what's going on with Royal Navy at the moment?
We have. I won't press that point any further. Let's catch up with the latest news from the Royal Navy, shall we?
Welcome to your 60-second update from across the Royal Navy. We're on board HMS Mersey as a patrol ship works under NATO command to provide security in the North Sea and the Atlantic. Mersey and sister ships of the Overseas Patrol Squadron are a constant presence in the waters close to the UK.
The Royal Navy's newest warship has departed on our first operational deployment. HMS Trent sailed from Portsmouth, bound for the Mediterranean and NATO operations. HMS Enterprise will head to Lebanon as part of UK support following the explosion in Beirut. The survey ship will assess the damage of the port and help it return to normal operations.
The First Sea Lord has given an address to thank sailors and Royal Marines for their work during the COVID-19 pandemic and on operations around the world.
Crew from RFA Argus are helping save lives of endangered sea turtles. During a maintenance stop in Curacao, volunteers cleaned a beach full of harmful plastic waste.
That's your lot. We'll be back with more in 2 weeks.
Great to see the work of the Royal Navy. And I have to say, George, that was a really interesting hours looking at all the videos and all the content there and the work that those guys are doing and how you can get involved.
Yeah, it was completely absorbing. I mean, the hour went in a flash.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, really good stuff.
OK, now look, we know you guys have been very, very busy getting in contact with us. That web address, of course, bournemouthAir.co.uk/virtual air. On social media, it's #BournemouthAirFest. And we've been asking today for your photos. It's Fancy Dress Friday, so we've been asking for you to send us in your photos, your memories of the Air Festival over the years. And we've got some interesting ones now. This one I believe we can look at is Alexander Rose. And this is them dressed up in their RAF uniforms up at RAF Odeum. Hi to you guys. Thank you very much for that. Good to see that you're taking a bit of time out and can contribute remotely, even if it is on Facebook. A busy day at the office, eh, guys? And also, we have one here, and this is always a good one. This is Nicola Young's daughter. She's called Millie. Thank you very much indeed for your Fancy Dress Friday photograph there, Millie, dressed up as a Red Arrow pilot. Brilliant to see.
I think I know that girl.
You think you know Millie, George?
Millie, 10 years old, yes. Millie, I think you're going to feature again tomorrow because we're going to be talking to the Red Arrows and Red One. You are going to feature in that particular section, so look forward to that.
And I tell you what, Millie wants to know if her cropped trousers could be part of the Red Arrows official uniform. Maybe we'll discuss that with one of them tomorrow.
That.
Yeah, OK. So look, guys, keep your social media coming in, #BournemouthAirFest, and you get all the detail and all our social channels, of course, at bournemouthAir.co.uk/virtual air. And we'll be back with more great stuff in just a couple of minutes.
Smart technology now lies at the heart of almost everything we do, powering every corner of our economy and society. It's there when we're learning, meeting new people, sharing new experiences. As the applications, devices and services we use become smarter, the need to share more data at faster speeds grows ever higher, and network performance and reliability become ever more critical. That's why, at City Fibre, we're investing £4 billion to build the UK's most intelligent, software-defined, full fibre access network. A network to not only serve gigabit speeds to up to 8 million homes and businesses, but capable of 100 gigabits per second and beyond. Powering 5G, connecting everything from hospitals, schools and stadiums to the myriad of IoT sensors that will realise smart city visions. But it's about more than just laying fibre. We're building a network that's always on, that can be upgraded at the click of a mouse, where problems can be fixed before they are noticed. One that allows our partners to define and control their own services and deliver a superior customer experience at the lowest cost per bit, per mile, per service. A network that stands ready for whatever the future brings. City Fibre, networks designed for the digital age.
Legionella compliance rules means that you should be monitoring water temperatures and regularly flushing the taps in your building. This traditionally means someone running all the hot and cold taps in the building for 2 minutes and recording the temperatures. This is a significant cost in time and management to any business. In addition, the records must be stored for 5 years. Safe and Secure Compliance can supply an automatic flushing and temperature testing unit that can be dynamically controlled on our cloud-based smart building platform. This significantly reduces the costs associated with maintaining your business's Legionella risks and ensures that you remain safe and compliant. Our technology allows you to schedule your tests automatically and flush on demand, and automate your reporting. Lets you monitor all of your required water outlets in real time. Stores 5 years of historical data on an interactive platform. And provides real-time alarm notification if the temperature thresholds are exceeded. By using the Safe and Secure Compliance Legionella monitoring solution, you remove the need for any manual work, remove any potential human errors, easily demonstrate compliance, meet all health and safety requirements, and avoid any potential Legionella infections. The system is smart, simple to install, and cost-effective. To maintain your business's regulatory compliance, get in touch on 03338 806 920 or email us on inquiries@safesecurecompliance.com. Safe and Secure Compliance. Your world smarter.
You know, it is always great when the great British public get in contact with us here at the Bournemouth Air Festival. bournemouthAir.co.uk virtual air, bournemouthAir.co.uk/virtual air is our website, of course. Thanks for all of you who are watching at the moment. And we mentioned there with our Facebook Friday dress-up specials, and I've been told by Ali in the back team there that we've had another flurry on social media. So use the hashtag Bournemouth Airfest and send your Friday dress-up photos to us today. Now, we saw him earlier on. He's back. Can't keep a good guy away, really, can you? John Weaver, welcome back to our virtual Bournemouth Air Festival this year.
Thank you.
And Maurice Patterson, welcome for the first time this weekend. How are you?
I'm very well, Andy.
Good to see you.
Here.
Very nice. Could you just put your microphone just point towards your face a bit more? Now, you guys, of course, you're known as one of the founding fathers of the Air Festival.
Grandfather.
Now,
yeah, let's get that right.
John, you said you were going to be nice today.
I know.
Now, the first year was 2008. But you kind of just got together and got involved in this that year. So when did you guys start the planning process of all of this?
Well, I mean, I'm not a member of the tourism organisation, which is pretty splendid. But before the Air Festival, the Red Arrows were coming to Bournemouth every year. And I remember coming in the late 70s and watching the Gnat display. Little aircraft, much smaller than the Hawk. And the flying restrictions weren't as great. They were really low. They changed to the Hawk in about 1980, but they were funded, that display was funded by the Carnival Committee all the way up to 1993. 1993, they did their display. The Carnival Committee ran out of money. There wasn't enough money going into the buckets. And so an organisation was formed called the Bournemouth Red Arrows Association.
Now, of course, you have an involvement in that, and you've taken this forward, haven't you?
I did. I joined it, and the strap line for the association was bringing the Red Arrows to Bournemouth. And that's what they did all the way through to 2007. And 2007 was a year when we tested some procedures, John, didn't we? Things like the air and sea management and the traffic management and the safety procedures.
So bringing those things on top of that, John, you must have been, and I know your team is, you're going around, you're looking at what other resorts are doing. This must have been something in your mind for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, the idea came from Mark Smith, who used to be the Director of Tourism. We wanted a massive event for Bournemouth. We wanted an attractor event, so it's something that people will come down to because of it, not because of Bournemouth being what it is. So, we developed that, we went around, we put together this idea of the festival, not just an air show, really important in 2007. We launched it in 2008. We expected around, we thought 50, 100,000 people would turn up.
first year it went through the roof, and we just said, what we got here, we got something very special. And we didn't just put on air shows, we put on an evening entertainment as well. We just made it slightly different, and the backdrop of that fantastic bay, the Isle of Wight to the east, and you've got the Purbex to the west, that setting, totally and utterly unique. And it just went from there, just went stronger and stronger, and became a national and a sort of an international recognised event.
Yeah, Maurice, as a member of the Red Arrows Association, obviously they're your favourite, aren't they? But you must have some other highlights from over the years.
Oh, lots of them. I mean, I think the first air display was fantastic. We secured the Red Arrows for 3 displays. They only did 85 total that year.
Wow.
That was a tremendous achievement. We had the Typhoon, the F2 multi-combat aircraft. What a great aircraft that was, noisy. And the public love noise, don't they, and an air show. And we should have had the Vulcan. It had flown earlier, but it picked up a technical. But we got it later. You know, we got it later, and I think you've got Robert Plemming on, the founder of Vulcan to the Sky Trust. He's going to tell you a little bit about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, lots of memories. The Red Arrows on that very first air festival on the Saturday, they appeared overhead in a V formation.
Yeah.
And in the middle of the V was a little red Gnat aircraft, which had flown with the team in the 70s.
Wow.
And had been flown by the then leader of the team, Dickie Duckett, squadron leader. He was at the air show in 2008, and he watched that aircraft fly again after all those years. It was tremendous. It was a really great air festival.
Yeah. And Maurice, you are a pilot yourself, so seeing these displays, it's just as exciting for you as well, isn't it?
It's very exciting, and particularly when the Vulcan came across in 2015, Bill Perrins was flying it. He came in so majestically from Hengistbury Head, about 170 knots. And he carried out that display, very low speed. He had to do that because it was running out of fatigue, and he wanted the display to be in front of the crowd, and he did just that. It was a tremendous display, and I was privileged to be sitting alongside Robert Plemming to watch that. It was a great
Well, I know we're going to cover that later, and as you say, when the Vulcan displaying slowly for obvious reasons, but that sometimes makes for a more amazing display with the Vulcan, doesn't it? John, some of your highlights. I don't want to touch any lows because we're not going to touch any of those. You know, the weather's good. And
here's a funny little low, and a certain Radio Solent presenter, I won't say his name, is now retired. He was basically, the Typhoon was going to do a warm-up on that first Thursday, and didn't know anything about it. So he decided he needed to go for a comfort break in one of our Portaloos. The consequence was this thing came in very, very low, very, very loud, and he fell out of the loo because he was so shocked. And that was the funniest thing I've ever had. It was great. And things like the other aspects, like the air displays are one thing, but the night air concerts for me were very memorable in terms of what we achieved there. What we did with some of the first night air displays were extraordinary with the Twister, which was a first, and we were the leader in that in the UK. And the entertainment that we put on, and also the Royal Navy in terms of doing their great displays, bringing their ships in, doing their sort of beach assaults, bringing in helicopters and into those sort of things. Very, very, very memorable for me.
Now, I'm a local resident, so I can be partisan on this. Been to a few air shows across the world and in the UK. And this really isn't an air show, is it? It really is an air festival. And you've worked so hard at making that, and it's so apparent.
That's what we want to do, and that's our future. It's a festival. We, as the leader said, we want to make this a showcase event, showing off Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole around that air show, which is a big spectator event, making it great for local people, but also really powerful for visitors to come down as well. And that's what we'll continue to try and do and develop.
And how proud are you of the way that the 3 towns have taken this event to their hearts?
I think it's been great. I mean, it's always had that interest, and I think we need to build that interest broader, and we need to bring in a broader content that represents all that is great in the 3 towns in this area. And I think that's a very powerful thing to bring to visitors who come down and see the festival.
I agree with that. And Maurice, I'm not going to be rude and call you grandfather. I was one of the founding fathers, and looking to the future now, and how these young upstarts are doing. What do you think is going to happen in the next couple of years, 3 years for this event?
Well, hopefully it'll go on and on. It's been well established. I'm really impressed with our tourism team here in Bournemouth. Under John's leadership, they're a splendid bunch. And I think they'll go on and make things better and better.
Morris, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate and your insight. John, looking to the future. Good stuff for next year lined up?
I think.
Come on, we want to know.
We're not well. We've got ideas for you, and we're going to talk about them, about what we're doing broader, how we're thinking differently, how we're going to create greater interest, and really make it a broader festival. And we'll be giving those tips out over the next few days, really towards the end, and saying this is what you can look forward to next year. And I'm very excited about it, and it's great to sort of take it to the next level.
John, thank you very much for your time. You know, John Weaver will never give you anything away until he absolutely needs to. He'll keep you on the edge to make sure you keep on listening and watching. John, thank you for your time. Morris as well. Now, for the latest, of course, on everything from our 3 days, we are online, and it's bournemouthAir.co.uk/virtual air. You'll find all the details there, and get in contact on Facebook and social media using the hashtag Bournemouth Airfest. Let's have some more of those Friday fancy dress photos coming through. And as Morris mentioned there, the Vulcan bomber. Stand by, George, with some more information on that with a very special guest in just a couple of minutes, right here on the virtual Bournemouth Air Festival.
In 2007, an idea was unveiled. A decade later, it is regarded as the leading event of its kind. Here's how it started.
Bournemouth already had an established relationship with the Red Arrows before the Bournemouth Air Festival. Going back to 1994, the responsibility for bringing the Red Arrows to Bournemouth rested with the Bournemouth Red Arrows Association. And they brought the team to do a display at Bournemouth every year through to 2007. It was extremely popular. It brought in large crowds of people, and it even featured in the annual calendar of events for Bournemouth. Fortuitously, Mark Smith was Director of Tourism here in Bournemouth. He'd previously been to Eastbourne, where he had set up the Eastbourne Airborne Air Show, which was highly successful. So the Red Arrows Association were delighted to support Mark and his team as they went about organising Bournemouth Air Festival 2008. And the rest, as they say, is history.
Well, this really was one of those rare occasions in your life when you can get the maddest dream come fantastically true, and that's what happened here in Bournemouth. That we've got, I suppose, the perfect stage for this sort of event, with the great bay in front of us, and a big tourism business which really is hungry for this sort of massive world-class event. And so the idea of doing an event that's bigger than anybody had done anywhere in the world, not just an afternoon air show, but a 4-day air event, day and night, was something that a number of people, myself included, dreamed of having.
So a plan was developed.
Well, in 2008, I was chairman of the Bournemouth Tourism Management Board. No, we did not think it would take off, as a manner of speaking. It would take off so well. We had no idea that in no time at all we would have millions and millions of people coming here.
The vision and intention to host a free 4-day air festival was unveiled to guests in 2007 to great reviews.
The Daily Echo has been hugely proud to support and cover the Bournemouth Air Festival for the past 10 years. It's a brilliant event that showcases the very best of Bournemouth. My favourite moment at the Air Festival was when my predecessor Neil Butterworth said he would run round Bournemouth naked if the Air Festival ever went ahead. It did, he didn't.
Hello, I'm Chris Harris from BBC Radio Solent. 10 years ago, the other BBC, Bournemouth Borough Council, called us up and said, we're thinking of running an air show. What do you think? We said, we'd love to be part of that. Well, just over a decade later, we still love the Bournemouth Air Festival.
We're really impressed with what we saw back in 2007 and really wanted to be part of it. Little did we know that 10 years later, the impact it would have on the town and the high point of everyone's summer.
On 28th August 2008 at 2 p.m, the iconic Battle of Britain memorial flight flew over the seafront, signalling the start of the very first Bournemouth Air Festival.
In 2008, my role was dealing with all of the trading on site, so bringing in a commercial income and managing all the logistical elements. My greatest challenge was starting from scratch, so nothing had been done before. We'd never done a festival of this scale.
Getting through the first year was an amazing success and achievement. The thing about Bournemouth, and we do shows all around the UK, it's just the setting that you have here, standing up here on East Overcliff, looking out over the sea, and it's just a phenomenal setting to watch aircraft displaying.
Hi everyone, I'm in Bermuda working on the 35th America's Cup. I've exchanged flying aeroplanes for flying boats. I remember my first year, one of my key moments was watching the Eurofighter flying its first kind of practice run. Had a little bit of a tear in my eye, probably quite tired, a little bit emotional, and then turning to my left to see John Weaver also with a tear in his eye as well. So I think you guys will do a brilliant, fantastic job again, and hope that they be there and see you there.
Sponsored by Moorbus and attended by 750,000 people, the first Bournemouth Air Festival was proclaimed a success. After an incredible inaugural year, the team stepped it up, and in 2009, the festival was back, bigger and better.
I've been fortunate enough to have worked on all the Air Festival launch events. They've always been a great challenge, very entertaining, but 2009 was certainly one of the more challenging years when we decided to take over a hangar at the airport. It was a great idea, and at the end of the day, it was absolutely fantastic and really showcased what we could do for the Air Festival.
The festival proved what could be done again, and how incredibly quickly a roar on the shore could be made. In 2010, Jen and Michelle were invited to present at the European Airshow Council annual convention, and this cemented the Air Festival's reputation in the airshow world. No longer just a new kid on the block. It was also the year we welcomed the first international jet. And the first time it showed we had no control over the weather.
In 2011 was very demanding for us, for the resort, for the town, and for the air display industry. But despite all that, we put a show together, and everyone who came down over that weekend thought we put on what we could and really appreciated what we did.
Amongst all the adverse challenges, 2011 saw the launch of the charity wristbands.
In 2011, we introduced the charity wristband. In conjunction with the Patrons Club, we've been able to raise tens of thousands of pounds for the military charities.
After 4 years of successful nighttime entertainment, Night Air was taken to another ambitious level, with the Wave 105 music stage and stunning dust displays.
Hi, my name's John Brooks, Commercial Director of Wave 105, and I just wanted to say how amazing it is that we've worked with the Air Festival now, and also the Night Air gigs that we put on as well is something that we're really proud to be associated with. We've had some fantastic acts over the last few years.
Why have 2 nights of dust displays when you can have 3? With David Bailey at the helm, funding was secured with the help of a relaunched Patrons Club.
We now meet once a month for a networking event. We have helped raise thousands of pounds for military charities and funded 3 nights of dust displays. Hip hip!
Hey! 2014, the year we had 4 days of Red Arrow displays.
Well, really exciting stuff, and I've got many, many happy memories myself of all those exciting developments right from the first year in 2008, and it just goes on and on. We've already been discussing innovation for the next few years, but we're going to park all those memories just for a moment. We've got more of that video to show you during the next few days because we want you to enjoy as much of the whole event as is possible. And of course, right now, we're focusing on some of those memories, and the key to many of those early air displays was, of course, the Vulcan. And the Vulcan effect that it created stays in people's memories and children's memories for years and years and years. Well, I'm delighted now to have with us in this studio Robert Plemming. Robert, good afternoon to you and welcome.
Good afternoon, George.
Now, you're the man behind the whole project. What an audacious thing it must have been to do. How did it all start?
Well, I guess you have to go back to '92, which is the last
display year of the of 558 in RAF service, and I, alongside loads of other people, signed the petition to keep the Falcon flying. But it wasn't until a few years later that I met up with David Walton, the chief executive of the company that owned 558, purchased it from the RAF, did I realise that it actually would be possible to return the aircraft to flight. I had that engineer's gut feel, and that was the start of this very long path. That was in 1997, that eventually 10 years later took her back to flight. But it really was I guess initially a gut feel that this should be possible.
Well, it was an outstanding achievement. Just to point out, by the way, that actually Dave Walton is not the same Dave Walton that we were interviewing a little earlier in the day, just synonymous, different names, different projects. Well, the fundraising to undertake such a project, immense. Just tell me, how much money did you have to get in those early years just to get the thing flying again?
Well, the initial estimate was about £3.75 million to get her back to flight. By the time we actually achieved that goal, we'd spent about £7 million, so typical of aviation projects, twice as much as you originally estimate. By the time we'd finished flying in 2015, we'd raised from the public and spent about £32 million. So it's extraordinary achievement, and it's largely down to the public and their desire to see the aircraft fly.
Well, and it worked incredibly well. So I've got to come to the $64,000 question. Why did it stop?
The reason is that by virtue of the regulations under which the Falcon could fly, we had to have the formal support from, amongst others, BAE Systems and Rolls-Royce. And in 2015, they came to us and told us that they no longer had the technical expertise to keep the aircraft flying. Frankly, I think that was not necessarily the real reason, because we never referred to them for any technical questions at all. I think it was one of these cases of risk-averse decision-making, and to be honest, if anything had happened, BAE Systems and Rolls-Royce would have been in the dock with the rest of us. So, very sad, but the aircraft actually had 2 more flying years left in her, still does, but I don't think there's any prospects of her flying again, unfortunately.
Well, that is sad news, and we will all miss it and have missed it. But it hasn't stopped, has it? The trust still continues, and you still continue to do good work. How are you taking it forward?
Well, there's a number of things we are doing at the moment. The aircraft is actually outside at Doncaster Sheffield Airport, but we are moving down the path of building a hangar for her. I'm hoping that there'll be some further news in the next month or two on progress on that objective. But what we are doing is we are providing the public, or at least we did until the pandemic struck, the public an opportunity to see her at Doncaster and indeed to enjoy the sight of her running her engines and systems and flight controls. So she's still a live aircraft, very much live aircraft in very good condition, and we intend to continue that for as long as we possibly can. After that, we still have another project on the go, which is to restore the world record holding Canberra WK163 to flight as well.
Fantastic news. Well, I wondered what you were moving on to. Are there other projects you have in mind?
Well, the Canberra is the main one in the future. We haven't moved very far down that path yet. But the main thing that we'd like to concentrate on is what we're offering to the public in the new hangar, which is a really compelling story, the story of the Cold War, the V-Force, and interestingly enough now, the story of how engineers are tackling the problem of climate change, especially as it relates to aviation.
Brilliant. Now, I want you to stay here because we've got another gentleman, part of your team, joining us very shortly. Sure. I'd like to welcome now Bill Ramsey, well known amongst all the aviation network, and we hope to here he is now featuring on the screen. Good afternoon, Bill. Lovely to see your smiling face.
Good afternoon, George. Good afternoon, Robert.
Good afternoon, Bill.
This is a bit of a reunion here, another first for the Bournemouth Air Festival and certainly for the virtual festival we're running here today. Now, between the both of you, Bill, you had a different perspective. For you, Robert, the final flight must have been a very, very tearful moment for you. Just describe how that was.
Well, it was, because I wasn't there. I was actually in hospital about to have a new heart valve. So it was all up to Bill and the team at Doncaster Sheffield Airport that day, but my heart was with them.
Well, we're going to roll some of that very memorable video now. Bill, please talk us through it.
Well, it had been a difficult day because the final day dawned and the weather was absolutely terrible. I'm just waiting for your video. Oh, there we go. However, finally the weather cleared, which allowed Martin, myself, and Phil Davis and Jonathan Lazari to get airborne. We flew a very modified display takeoff, staying low, which was unusual for the Vulcan. But let us pull up into one final wing over, which I was determined we'd do to celebrate 558. For those who'd seen us at Riyadh earlier that year, this was a slightly modified version of what we called the big wing over. Once I'd completed that, I handed over to Martin.
I've got to ask you briefly, Bill, do you ever hear that marvellous howl yourself while you're flying the aircraft?
Yes, occasionally it would come through to the cockpit. It was you need to speak to an engineer like Robert to tell you why it works, because I never understood it.
Robert.
Of course. It's actually resonance in the air intakes, the really long air intakes, and obviously the spinning compressor blades just sets up this amazing howl. It's like an organ pipe in another way.
Yeah, marvellous. Now, we're riding to the Valkyries at the moment. I don't know if you can pick it up your end, Bill, but tell us, it looks a really exciting aircraft to fly, and does it fly like a normal jet aircraft, a small fighter, for example?
No, I think that's not fair to say. I think what it is fair to say is that for its size and weight, it was tremendously agile. So the rates of roll and rates of climb, and of course, as you've seen at Bournemouth, the rates of smoke and noise we could make were ideal for air shows.
And where are you in this particular flight at the moment? Can you describe some of the terrain you're flying over here?
This is, I think, downwind. Oh no, this is on final approach to the southwesterly runway at Doncaster. We got to fly 3 close pattern circuits, which, as Robert will recall, we'd hoped to do something much more impressive, but fate conspired against us. So we're going to do 4 circuits basically, which we shared between Martin and myself. I did the takeoff, and if this is a touch and go, I didn't know. This is Martin doing a low go around, so this was the second approach. He turned downwind again. I did a magnificent touch and go. It was the only touch and go I ever did in 558, because of course we needed to save the tyres from getting scrubbed. And then, quite appropriately, Martin flew the last landing, streamed the big brake parachute for the very last time, and tears all around.
Absolutely, back for tea and tiffin, as we say in the business. And I don't know, I presume it was parked up then. Robert, tell us the end of this story. How did you disperse the rest of the team?
Well, the aircraft actually, from memory, went through one of these marvellous fountains from the fire brigade at the airport. It was a very dramatic end to the flying life. She remained parked in Hangar 3 for a while. The team remained together, but due to financial constraints, we had to disband many of the team. We lost about 2/3 of the team at the beginning of 2017. And we now operate with a very slimmed down team of just 8 people. But it is a successful operation, and we're looking forward to the future.
Well, we miss it hugely. Bill, I know you must miss it, but you're on another project now, aren't you, Bill? We've got about 30 seconds to go. Can you just give us an update on what that project is and where it's heading?
Yeah, it's illustrated across my front. It's called the People's Mosquito. It's a project very much along the lines of what Robert achieved with 558, and Robert has been a great help to us. But we're trying to raise an even bigger sum of money to restore an FB6 Mosquito to the airshow circuit as soon as we possibly can.
Well, it's fantastic news. But it's Bill Ramsey and Robert Fleming there, reliving the moments of that fabulous howl. And we'll be going very shortly to our very own Michelle Roberts to get an update on all the amazing PR and social media marketing that's been going on. They'll be with us in just a few minutes.
Book a taxi in under 30 seconds using the United Taxis booking app. Using the app gets you discounted fares at a set price on all journeys. Track your taxi as it arrives on the map or call the driver when they are nearby. Create bookings in advance and cancel anytime. It takes seconds to place a new booking from the handy favourites section. Save on fares today with the United Taxis booking app.
555 6677 United Taxis.
Meet the Rushtons. The Rushtons' home is now part of a full-fibre gigabit city. This was the house before, and here it is a few days later. Not much to see, but here's what's happened in between. A bit of drilling and digging, new fibre optic cables laid, filling, repairing and tidying. And one serious upgrade in broadband capacity. A few days of disruption for a lifetime of gigabit connectivity. We'll let you know before the work starts, and we'll do everything we can to manage any disruption. So just like the Rushtons, you can get on with, well, whatever you like. Entire cities seamlessly connected.
Well, welcome back to the virtual Bournemouth Air Festival, and I hope you're really enjoying yourselves, and keep those photographs and tweets and messages coming in, and we'll get back to you right through the course of the next few days as well. One of the things we've been reinforcing throughout the afternoon is the team elements, not just to military life and camaraderie and all the roles that you've seen here today, but also running the festival itself. Absolutely key. Now, key to that, of course, is your safety. As a member of the public, when you come to these massive events, it's absolutely imperative that all the managers make sure that you have a thoroughly good day out. Well, just to give you a very short insight, and we could go on for a long time about this, but we won't, I'm joined now by three gentlemen who are absolutely at the centre of the management of the Bournemouth Air Festival. We have Brian Duffy from Dorset Police, Des Young from South West Ambulance, and Andy Doughton from Dorset and Wiltshire Fire and Rescue Service. Now, Brian, if I could start with you first of all. I'm guessing you're in an organisation we hear about, something called Silver. Perhaps you could just give us a flavour for how you bring and how this team comes together to manage safety at the Air Festival.
Okay, thank you. So as the Silver Commander for Dorset Police, I have a number of different responsibilities. One of those is the Safety Advisory Group, or the SAG as it's normally known. Those will start at various fixed points throughout the year to plan, understanding what is going on, effectively starting that with a debrief, if you like, of the previous year's events, things to improve upon and what we do there. That all looks at some of the risk the intelligence that we know about, some of the things that we need to be concerned or not concerned about at different air festivals. Obviously that changed significantly after the 2016 Nice terror attack, and what we have to do about protecting people in crowded places. That's one of our big focuses. So at the safety advisory groups, we'll join people like Des and Andy, the BCP, and a lot of other agencies come to those to all chip in their part about what's important for them, what they can bring, what we're looking to deal with, and the contingency plans that go alongside that. So those are those. We try to hammer those home at tabletop exercises to make sure that everybody understands what could go wrong or right and how we respond to those. And that's where Silver really sits in terms of overseeing all of that and the tactical plans and responses.
So you would engage with people like David Wharton, who we interviewed earlier on, the Flying Display Director.
Absolutely.
And, of course, the event organisers themselves, who are running other things around and outside of the event itself.
Yep, absolutely. Working closely with Des and the other Blue Lights, John Weaver, that I've seen you've had on the sofa already. So working together with them at that level about simply planning this almost to within an inch of its life, so the public are absolutely reassured how safe they are and what we can do about it.
Well, planning is everything. Des, if I can turn to you then, what sort of events do you plan for, and how much energy and commitment and people goes into setting up what you need? Because I presume you have to expect the worst, which means probably building a small hospital. I don't know. Tell us about it.
Yes, indeed. We obviously work alongside Bournemouth and Christchurch Poole Borough Council. We deliver first aid and ambulance cover and paramedic cover. We have 4 first aid units for the air show and a comprehensive fleet of frontline ambulances to deal with any emergency, from someone who's cut themselves, slip, trips and falls, for someone who's having a stroke or even a heart attack.
Well, very demanding stuff, and clearly it wouldn't have ever been possible to do something over the last 6 months or so, but I'm hopeful, and our congratulations to all of you, all 3 services who've done so much this year, but let's hope we can see a bit more fun coming back. But turning to the fire service, you know, it's always the unexpected again for you guys, isn't it? And you could probably do without an event of this size. Just what sort of demands are placed on the fire and rescue service throughout an air festival?
Both as Brian and Des have already said, there's a huge amount of planning that goes into this. It's a case of, along with BCP, we sit down, we analyse things, we look at every sort of eventuality. But then on the day, it's about engaging with people. It's about checking they're going to do what they've said they're going to do. It's about really just providing that safe environment for everybody. There's 2 parts of the event. There's the operational side, which everybody would be familiar with, and that would be response, whereas the fire safety element is about ensuring that event is as safe as it possibly can be.
Absolutely right, and as I say, congratulations on doing a fantastic job this year already without any events going on. I'm just curious to know, have you all become quite good mates as a result of doing these events here? You've probably got to know each other very well.
Well, Des and I certainly, I think, have been doing the air show together, but also events outside of Bournemouth regularly.
Really?
Well, certainly for the police, the Silver Command looks after lots of different events, so you get a cadre of commanders that look after those, so the planning and the routine and the expectation is the same. So therefore, that's repeated throughout the Blue Light service. So over time, you do get to recognise some of the good people and the relationships build from that.
Now, I'd hate to focus on any form of disasters, but the Bournemouth Air Festival over the years has had an incredible series of occurrences. You know, the flooding in 2011. But I seem to recall we had a bomb on the beach one year. Were any of you involved in that? Because that was dealt with extremely well, with basically almost a sort of covert manoeuvre to blow it up whilst the fireworks were going on. Perhaps you weren't involved with that. But of course, then there was the firework explosion. It didn't affect anybody, by the way. None of these events did, so it was all extremely well done. But very difficult. You mentioned this thing called the tabletop. Now, I've been involved. I also work as a display director myself at various other events. It's pretty impossible to practice for all eventualities, isn't it? We put you on the spot, Brian. And Andy, How do you plan for the unexpected?
I think, even the tabletop day, it's the unexpected. Nobody knows what's coming along, so it just tests everybody to the limit. The numbers of people that are involved actually in that tabletop as well, I think last year it was somewhere in the region of 100, just over 100 people. So,
Gosh.
but the scenarios are real. They do test us to the limit, and like I say, that's not scripted.
Yeah, very much so. Well, one of the other things I want to commend is actually the patience that all your people show during the course of what is a very, very demanding event to manage for everybody in the town. I've just got to touch on the social side. Have you got some memorable moments or experiences that you might just want to share with our viewers today? How about you, Des?
Well, I wouldn't say funny, because lots of our work is about helping people and making sure that they stay safe. And if they become unwell, we try and encourage them to get better. And obviously deliver a medical provision. So no funny stories, but it is great fun at Bournemouth Air Festival. We're gutted that it's not on this year, and we look forward to next year.
Andy?
As with Des, I'm gutted it's not on this year at all. For me, last air show was my first air show in the fire safety role. So the memorable moment I've got is really more of a personal one. A young family member of mine asked me if whilst I was at the show, would I film the red arrows, and yeah, no problem. I can handle technology, so I set myself up, and in true fashion, the red arrows came in, and I was on the camera, filming away, following them all around the sky, doing what I thought was a perfect job until I stopped and rewound, played the video, and found out it was on selfie mode.
Brilliant stuff. And let's finish with you, Brian. You probably bear the brunt of people's complaints and irritations. Well, your staff do on the streets. But there always seems to be a smile on the face of your policemen.
There certainly is, although most of them, certainly in the last couple of years, have always been sweltering hot. So we try to look after them in that respect. My one memorable moment is not so much the drama, but perhaps drama we prevented. So a lot of what we do is trying to stop things happening and become memorable for the wrong reasons. We had a situation where we discovered that items such as this, which is only a stress buster, it's only that, but its appearance in the wrong eyes might have created some sort of alert or panic. And the efforts that we had to go to try and round these up and stop them being issued in all good nature and good fun created some sort of laughter for us when we thought about who wondered whether or not this would be a good idea at an air show.
Well, there we are. So that is how your safety is assured during the course of an air festival. And it's these guys who've already this year delivered a huge amount to protect the British public. And we offer our grateful thanks for all that they have done and what they're going to do when we bring you the Bournemouth Air Festival 2021. So an opportunity now just to relive some of those memorable moments from our video of the past decade.
The year we had 4 days of Red Arrow displays. We embraced art and culture with our first artist in residence, David Bent. Fabulous 94-year-old wing walker Tom Lackey kicked off the display programme. And the Canadian Lancaster didn't fly, but the Vulcans saved the day. The Air Festival was crowned Visit England Gold winner, the prize everyone had worked so hard to achieve. We welcomed the first Sea Lord and watched as we said a tearful farewell to the iconic and beautiful Avro Vulcan.
Bournemouth is the most amazing place to do a flying display. It's an amphitheatre. It's brilliant for the audience, and it was our favourite display location. There's no other place like it. And also in 2015, the Vulcan's last flying year. This here in Bournemouth was the Vulcan's last display on the south coast. I was here watching it, and it was an incredibly emotional occasion. So sad, but so many memories.
No one can forget last year. Winston Churchill said, "Attitude is a little thing that makes a big difference." And we were all Churchillian in every way. And because we all worked together, aircraft flew and the show went on.
A very warm welcome to you as we approach now the 10th year of this extraordinary Bournemouth Air Festival, a show that has gone from strength to strength, supported by the most dynamic and extremely professional team through the Bournemouth Tourism and Council offices. They really have grown this into one of the top UK events, and literally hundreds of thousands of people will flock here again later this year to enjoy the sights, the sounds, the beautiful location you can see behind me, and of course some of the most exciting aircraft that the UK has to offer. Every year the Bournemouth Air Festival team has added one or two little changes, and this year you can expect something extra special as well. Just taking Thursday alone, where there are 3 separate air display slots at 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock and again at 8 o'clock in the evening. We also have a new special, the Red Arrows. Yes, I know you've seen them many times before, but a special 6 o'clock evening show. The ever popular night air and music stages will feature yet again. A very vintage Sunday as well is planned, and we'd like you to enter in the spirit of this by coming dressed in historic costume to really get the flavour of the day. To celebrate this 10th festival, there will also be a very special souvenir programme for you to buy. On behalf of the entire Bournemouth Air Festival community, I'd like to offer a special word of thanks to Commodore Jamie Miller, who for the last 9 years has helped steer and grow this show to the level it is at, and is now one of the major events for the Royal Navy.
Bournemouth Air Festival is hugely important to me. It's the Royal Navy, it's the Royal Marines, the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, supporting and reserves, and most of the time over the seas and far away, deployed operationally and not seen or heard. Here at the Bournemouth Air Festival, natural amphitheatre for hundreds and thousands of people each year to see us close up and personal. And we go away knowing that people understand us. I suppose I'm a great believer in the 4 S's. First S is standards. Everything is done here to the highest standard. Secondly, service. Service in the way, the mutual respect between us all. Service both ways. Third S is style. Everything is done with a friendly air, and most importantly, a sense of humour and style, and that radiates out as a beacon of excellence for air festivals. Lastly, special. Everybody's made to feel special. The participants, able seamen, Royal Marines, people like myself, the council, the organisers, and above all, the hundreds of thousands of visitors that come our way to the Bournemouth Air Festival are made to feel special. Lastly, with a hint of regret in my voice, I'd say thank you so much to them all. Very well done, and I'll miss you.
So much has been achieved by the team over the last 9 years. Let's take a quick recap of their successes. £100,000 has been raised for military charities. 140 hours of air display time, 65 aircraft and display teams have featured in the Air Festival. More than 8.5 million people have been entertained. They have won an extraordinary 8 awards. An estimated £30 million per year has been generated through the tourism industry in the local community. A big thank you for attending here today, but also to all the Bournemouth tourism team and Borough Council and all the volunteers that have helped to make the Bournemouth Air Festival the success that it is. I look forward to seeing you in August.
Since 2008, the Air Festival has been brought to you by the following.
Thank you very much indeed for that look back at Bournemouth Air Festival over the years. Remember, of course, get us online right now. It's bournemouthair.co.uk/virtual air. And all your social media, they are coming in. Ali's in the corner working like a Trojan. We're going to get those to you later today and tomorrow as well. Hashtag Bournemouth Air Fest for all your photos and memories of the Air Festivals over the years. Now, I'm very pleased to be joined by Harry Finn, I do apologise, from Plato Video, from Michelle Roberts as well from the Bournemouth event team, and from Sebastian Schofield, the photographer over the event. Welcome, guys. Harry, I'm going to start with you. You've been the official videographer for 6 years. You're locally based, obviously, with Plato Video.
Yep.
You've obviously got some highlights from the last years. Go through them.
Yeah, so I'd say my top three have to be, first one, 2018, seeing the Gravity jetsuit team take off from the pier and be able to capture them up close, landing on Bournemouth Beach to just a jaw-dropped crowd. Yeah, that was amazing. And just being able to film the massive crowds at Boscombe Music Stage at the Night Air, that was incredible. And yeah, finally the last Vulcan fly past was just that mesmerizing display. And yeah, that will stick with me for a while.
Well, yeah. I'm glad you got yours top three, including the Vulcan, because I was there for that as well. And seeing it fly past and then off for the final time was something really to behold, wasn't it?
It was amazing to see just thousands of people just silent.
Yeah.
Just watching it fly that last time.
Sebastian, you've been the official photographer since 2014. No, you're supposed to smile and go, yes, I know.
But it's the best job in the world.
Well, I'm going to say, I see you every single year walking around. You appear to have no stresses on your shoulders at all. It must be a great event for you.
You're talking about highlights. One of my major highlights is knowing that I'm going to do a marathon over that weekend and lose a bit of weight. So, you know, it's wonderful. I mean, it's absolutely, it really is a brilliant job. And being able to get in, you know, VIP places and meet really nice people and meet the pilots and, you know, rub shoulders with some really great guys.
But you must have a top three as well, like Harry.
I think the Great War display for me, the little biplanes, because you don't see them very often.
No.
And they're almost made of paper, so they can't fly in many conditions. For Night Air, I think Otto, for me, has got to be one of the greats. Otto the Great, you know, he's wonderful. And really, the greatest highlight is photographing people. It's people I photograph more than the aircraft. And and just seeing those smiley faces and getting in there. And I'm a people person, so yeah.
I mean, you highlight that, Sebastian. You highlight that, and that's really good, isn't it? Because a lot of people come here and they take photographs of the aircraft and the ships out in the bay on cameras that can't really see them. And then they get home and realise they've got no photos of the family.
No photos of their family. I
Absolutely.
know.
It's a good point.
I know, and I'm there. So it's all good.
Let the guy do it. Now, Michelle.
Yes. Hi, Andy.
What are your three highlights?
My three highlights go back a little bit slightly further historically. So I think one of them has to be when a colleague and I presented at the European Airshow Convention, and on the back of it we secured our first international jet team, and we played them a really fantastic time-lapse video which showcased the amount of crowds on the beach, the flying in the air, and a real kind of, it brought to life how many people actually come to the Air Festival, which was amazing. I really love the gut-wrenching roars of some of these jet aircraft as well. So last year it was a Saab Draken, it's the Typhoon, it's the Red Arrows every single time, which is just amazing as a team. You can't never not enjoy watching them. They're brilliant. And also, I think working with these guys is always a highlight because I get to look back on some of them. Oh, there's the time-lapse video. It's incredible. But it's get to look back at some of the photos and the highlight video just to really take a moment to realise that nearly a year's worth of work has really paid off, and we've got some great footage, some great pictures, some great videos, you know, some really happy memories.
The team's amazing as well, isn't it?
We're pretty good.
We are good, yeah.
So, Michelle, we're looking at this, and this video was called 4 Days in 4 Minutes.
Yes.
Obviously time-lapse.
Yep.
So tell me how you're feeling on the day -1, so the day before we start.
Like this. I think, like, have we done everything? Have we got the file? Has everyone been briefed? Have we gone to the cabin? I mean, the team that we work with as a PR and comms team
There's probably about 12 of us, and they're just fantastic. We shift work, we cover the day, we cover the night. Everyone's briefed, FAQs, we know what we're doing, we've all got job roles, and it's a well-oiled machine now. And we work really well, we work really close. We've got our extended team members here as well, so we always have a laugh, and that's what it's all about. It's really enjoying what you're doing.
Brilliant. And just looking at this now, and you know, we've all seen your fantastic photographs, but you just looking at it now thinking, boy, that is a crowded beach for the Air Festival, isn't it?
If you see the crowd, if you can ever get on the big wheel and look from there, oh my goodness, you know, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. It's lovely. It's lovely seeing that. You know, it's nice seeing it nice and vibrant.
Sebastian, thank you very much indeed.
Thank
Harry
you.
as well. Michelle, thank you for you this afternoon and today, and for getting lunch earlier. I appreciate that as well.
Pleasure.
We'll have some more from you guys over the next few days. And, of course, to stay up to date with everything all the way through today and Saturday and Sunday, you'll find it all at bournemouthAir.co.uk/virtual air, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Smart technology now lies at the heart of almost everything we do, powering every corner of our economy and society. It's there when we're learning, meeting new people, sharing new experiences. As the applications, devices, and services we use become smarter, the need to share more data at faster speeds grows ever higher, and network performance and reliability become ever more critical. That's why, at City Fibre, we're investing £4 billion to build the UK's most intelligent, software-defined, full fibre access network. A network to not only serve gigabit speeds to up to 8 million homes and businesses, but capable of 100 gigabits per second and beyond. Powering 5G, connecting everything from hospitals, schools and stadiums to the myriad of IoT sensors that will realise smart city visions. But it's about more than just laying fibre. We're building a network that's always on, that can be upgraded at the click of a mouse, where problems can be fixed before they are noticed. One that allows our partners to define and control their own services and deliver a superior customer experience at the lowest cost per bit, per mile, per service. A network that stands ready for whatever the future brings. City Fibre, networks designed for the digital age. Smart technology now lies at the heart of almost everything we do, powering every corner of our economy and society. It's there when we're learning, meeting new people, sharing new experiences. As the applications, devices and services we use become smarter, the need to share more data at faster speeds grows ever higher, and network performance and reliability become ever more critical. That's why, at City Fibre, we're investing £4 billion to build the UK's most intelligent, software-defined, full fibre access network. A network to not only serve gigabit speeds to up to 8 million homes and businesses, but capable of 100 gigabits per second and beyond. Powering 5G, connecting everything from hospitals, schools and stadiums to the myriad of IoT sensors that will realise smart city visions. But it's about more than just laying fibre. We're building a network that's always on, that can be upgraded at the click of a mouse, where problems can be fixed before they are noticed. One that allows our partners to define and control their own services and deliver a superior customer experience at the lowest cost per bit, per mile, per service. A network that stands ready for whatever the future brings. City Fibre, networks designed for the digital age.
Well, welcome back to this final segment of the virtual Bournemouth Air Festival. The end of day one, it's just gone in a flash. I wouldn't believe that 3 hours has already passed. Brought to you, of course, by Safe and Secure, City Fibre and BCP Council. And during the course of the afternoon, we've talked frequently about innovation, and that's all down to the BCP events team themselves. And we've tried many, many things over the years. Well, after 2 years of running the Bournemouth Air Festival, in the third year, it was decided to just expand that night activity zone a little bit more by doing something a little more exciting in the air. And it was a very demanding project, not least for us to mount as festival managers, but also for the pilots involved. Well, very recently, I got in touch with Pete Wells, who's the mastermind behind this, via a Zoom link. So let's hear what he had to say about that challenging time.
Well, we're now in the night air segment of this incredible virtual Bournemouth Air Festival. And many, many years ago, in 2010, in fact, Bournemouth was the very first air show to launch night air. It was a spectacular event, and as always with Bournemouth, breaking new ground. Well, I'm delighted to have with us today the man behind the entire development of this industry. He's, of course, Pete Wells. He flies the Twisters, and he's joining us here today. Good afternoon, Pete.
Hello.
Well, great to have you on the show here today. Now, it seems a long time ago, but I can remember the day clearly that I know it was very, very busy. We were all getting very excited, and we were about to launch the first night air display in UK. Tell me a bit about the events leading up to that day and the memories of your very first night.
No, absolutely. It was a very, very exciting day. And as you say, it was quite sort of cut to the wire. We were sponsored at the time by Scottish Widows Investment Partnership. We were the SWIP team, and we were almost a victim of our own success. We were displaying probably a year, 2 years before we became sponsored. So we've been virtually at every show in England, and as you know, every air display act has a finite limit to how long it'll last. Then we got sponsorship, and then all of a sudden we were required to do so many shows a year. And it became very obvious that our team needed something to increase its numbers of shows per year and to make us a bit more unique, stand out in the crowd. And my second pilot at the time, Guy Westgate, had experimented a little bit Heath Robinson-like with a glider with some pyrotechnics. And I was at Eastbourne Air Festival where he did a show with them. And I suddenly realised this was an opportunity for us to add something new to air displays. And basically, the problem I had was that I was obviously operating aeroplanes and trying to do it as professionally as possible. And I'm in the aircraft maintenance business, so I cannot afford to sort of mess about. I have to do everything to the book. So I had to certify something. And obviously, certifying an aeroplane to have live fireworks firing on wingtips is never going to be simple when nobody else has ever done it before. and trying to persuade the people at the top that this is a perfectly safe thing to do wasn't easy. But I was very much helped by the Light Aviation Association in England, who very kindly helped me certify it. And basically Bournemouth Air Festival, who were very, very forward-looking, were looking for something new. And I sold them on the idea of this. And then we had the problem of trying to actually get the certification ready in time for Bournemouth Air Festival. And I have to say that 3 days before the Air Festival started, we didn't have certification in place. And I remember some frantic calls to the TSA guy. It hasn't happened yet, and we're all waiting and waiting and waiting. And then at the last moment, the paperwork arrived, and we were there. And I remember it was as if it was yesterday, to be honest, because then, of course, the pressure of having certified it, and I knew it was, well, I knew from a pilot's point of view it's very impressive, but we obviously observed it from the other aircraft. Both pilots basically have the best seats in the house. We get to see another airplane flaming very close to us. But we didn't really know how it was going to appear from the ground. I mean, we had some feedback, largely from the emergency services, because whenever we were testing, we seemed to get visited by them. But basically, you know, we didn't know how it would present itself to a massive audience like Bournemouth Air Festival is on a massive area. So we were literally taking off from Herne Airport and running out to the display with fingers crossed, thinking, well, God, I hope this all works as we hope it will. And I remember vividly pushing the button on the stick to fire the pyros, and just, well, I think the film says it all. I think I hit the button and then I just smiled. I think it was the darkest we'd ever actually. Most of our testing, it wasn't really necessary to test completely, you know, as late as humanly possible. In fact, it made sense not to, so we could do other tests afterwards. So Bournemouth was probably the latest at that time I'd ever fired the pyros. And the effect of firing the pyros very late is it makes everything inky black, you know, because your eyes become accustomed to having two blokes welding on each wingtip, effectively. And so my recollection is just basically hitting the button, being blinded for a few milliseconds, and then just basically grinning from ear to ear, and rolling and rolling and rolling, and looping and doing all the things we could do with a solo aeroplane, which we couldn't sadly with the Duo. But then the other thing was that it's very difficult to explain, but being a display pilot, you are completely away from the show. You're obviously above it in a little tiny cockpit, away from everybody. And a lot of air shows, you take off from the actual air show itself and you land back at the air show itself. So you have some sort of feedback instantly. Operating at Bournemouth, you're operating from just a commercial airfield, 10 miles away, and you take off from that airfield, you know, in aeroplane pilot mode. You fly across Bournemouth, which is very lovely always. You run in, you display, you finish, you know, you say goodbye to the airshow organisers on the radio, you fly back to an airfield and you land, you're on your own. You know, so I remember landing at the airfield and feeling like really, well, how did it go? And the reality is I had no idea. I thought, well, it felt brilliant to me, but I had no real feedback. The only thing I did have was I had a couple of other pilots who actually witnessed it from the airport. You could see it from the airport. We said it looked amazing. So I thought, well, hopefully it looked as amazing as it did from the airport, you know, at the venue itself. And
well, I can assure you, Peter, amongst the many hundreds of thousands of people that night, it was fantastic. And I think it was imprinted on everybody's mind. And tell us, I mean, it just moved on there, didn't it? It really took off for you as an individual.
Yeah, I mean, we started off a very sort of crude system of just the waterfall pyros on the wingtips. Which gave us only about 2 minutes of actual pyro show. And this is the thing that is always quite interesting, because we would always do a 7-minute display, but only 2 minutes would actually have the pyros running. And
well, there you are. It was an extraordinary. We could have gone on for many, many hours. The most amazing discussion we were having there about everything he went through. And you can imagine the very first time that occurred when all the lights came on, and even he had not experienced that before at that particular stage. Getting the permission, literally within 24 hours of that very first night air. we're going to continue in the theme of night air, and very soon we're going to be featuring, of course, some well-known music. But coming up very shortly, we're going to have Andy in conversation with Pete Doherty from the BBC.
Smart technology now lies at the heart of almost everything we do, powering every corner of our economy and society. It's there when we're learning, meeting new people, sharing new experiences. As the applications, devices, and services we use become smarter, the need to share more data at faster speeds grows ever higher, and network performance and reliability become ever more critical. That's why, at City Fibre, we're investing £4 billion to build the UK's most intelligent, software-defined, full fibre access network. A network to not only serve gigabit speeds to up to 8 million homes and businesses, but capable of 100 gigabits per second and beyond. Powering 5G, connecting everything from hospitals, schools and stadiums to the myriad of IoT sensors that will realise smart city visions. But it's about more than just laying fibre. We're building a network that's always on, that can be upgraded at the click of a mouse, where problems can be fixed before they are noticed. One that allows our partners to define and control their own services and deliver a superior customer experience at the lowest cost per bit, per mile, per service. A network that stands ready for whatever the future brings. City Fibre, networks designed for the digital age.
Legionella compliance rules means that you should be monitoring water temperatures and regularly flushing the taps in your building. This traditionally means someone running all the hot and cold taps in the building for 2 minutes and recording the temperatures. This is a significant cost in time and management to any business. In addition, the records must be stored for 5 years. Safe and secure compliance can supply an automatic flushing and temperature testing unit that can be dynamically controlled on our cloud-based smart building platform. This significantly reduces the costs associated with maintaining your business's Legionella risks and ensures that you remain safe and compliant. Our technology allows you to schedule your tests automatically and flush on demand, and automate your reporting. Lets you monitor all of your required water outlets in real time. Stores 5 years of historical data on an interactive platform. And provides real-time alarm notification if the temperature thresholds are exceeded. By using the safe and secure compliance Legionella monitoring solution, you remove the need for any manual work, remove any potential human errors, easily demonstrate compliance, meet all health and safety requirements, and avoid any potential Legionella infections. The system is smart, simple to install, and cost-effective. To maintain your business's regulatory compliance, get in touch on 03338 806 920 or email us on inquiries@safesecurecompliance.com. Safe and secure compliance. Your world smarter.
Welcome back to the virtual Bournemouth Air Festival in our virtual studio with the real Bournemouth peers behind us. Pete Doherty, welcome from BBC South.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. Explain your role at the BBC before we go any further.
I'm one of the producers. I'm a senior journalist, and what we do is every year I come up with the ideas and make the films. I shoot with a cameraman and I edit the films that go out in. So we do it all in one day. For the Bournemouth Air Festival and other events that happen throughout the year.
OK, so you've covered quite a few air shows across the south. The Bournemouth Air Festival then must be a real gem for you, apart from the fact the town is rammed. How do you get in and out so quick?
Well, this is the first year we did. This is 2008. This is Georgie Palmer coming up soon. The problem with it is we love it because it's free. Everyone can come and see it. That's really good for our audience. The downside is everybody comes to see it and we can't get a car parking space. And one year, not the first year, it was about 2 or 3 years in, I was trying to get around between 1 o'clock. I knew the planes were about to start. I was still driving around by 2 o'clock and I got really frustrated and I had a chat with Bournemouth Council. I said, look, I can't do this festival unless I can get a parking space. And they were fantastic. And they said, we'll solve the problem for you. And they knew a hotel. And now every year we get 2 spaces, one for us, one for the camera crew. And we can then go and do these kinds of pieces. That's poor Georgie. I sent her out of an aeroplane the following year. Radio Solent. Yeah. They also do a lot with the Bournemouth Air Festival as well. I sent Georgie out of an aeroplane. I sent Sarah Farmer, who is our current one of our current weather presenters. I sent her out of an aeroplane as well as parachuting. We try and do things. We do wing walking. We've done parachuting, so that we can do extra things other than just seeing the planes, because seeing the planes every year is fine for the audience, and they love it, and they all come. Yeah. But for South Today, we have to try and reinvent ourselves. We have to try and keep ourselves fresh. So it's coming up with ideas.
And you do seem to reinvent your coverage every single year. And I know the presenters are starting to get wary of working with you in case it gets too dangerous, clearly. But
well, the wing walking was the wing walking was particular. And poor Sarah she'd come off holiday. She basically came back from Spain. She came onto this filming shoot and was told, don't smile. And she smiles a lot. Don't smile because you'll get flies on your teeth. Wow. And she found that a little bit difficult, but you know.
So the interesting thing as well, Sarah was one of the reasons why you had this great footage from the Fireflies. Talk us through that.
Well, Sarah lives in Bournemouth. She saw this the year before and thought that might be something that's different. We haven't done night at the Air Festival. So we contacted them, but we contacted them just a little bit too late. And by the time the festival was already beginning to start, I think people were arriving. We couldn't get into the airport. The airport is closed unless you can have publicity people with you, and we couldn't get anyone. So we had to do this, what looked like a bit of a drug deal. We drove to the corner of one of the roads, right on the edge of the airfield. We gave a bag of cameras. They took it. If you see on these planes, the guy that flies them actually designed the plane. Yeah. So he built in GoPro mountings, which was fantastic. So we put 4 cameras in there. We then got the cameras back. We'd shot from the ground, so you'll see on some shots, not on this bit. You know, you see that. Yeah. That's with a ground crew. So we knew we had that footage, and we knew it was fine. But if you look, the sky is a bit grey and a bit horrible. Whereas you go to that, the sky is this fantastic blue. I took it home. I was shocked. I'd never seen footage like this before. I started ringing up my news editor. This is 10 o'clock at night. He's not used to having calls after 7. He was blown away. I told Online, you've got to run this. The producers of the programme the next day, they were told, you've got to run this as a play-out. This is the most amazing stuff. And the poor guys, they're dealing with real news and everything else, and they had me saying, you've got to run it. They saw the footage and agreed. It's just fantastic, and it was so different. So we sent it to the Online people. They put it up on the BBC South part of the Online system. London loved it. London then put it on the main BBC News webpage. Well, the difference between BBC South, where you get thousands of people or hundreds of thousands, that's fine. It went into millions. And I kept getting these texts from Ed Sherry, who's saying, just to say that you're trending now as #1 on the BBC News website. And I mean, this is seen around the world. And it's like, wow! And probably it's the most seen footage I've ever done in my 30-year career.
It's stunningly exciting. There's Brendan, of course. Now, he is involved with Otto, and this was something you had.
Well, we had to try and top the Twisters. So we talked to Otto, there's Sarah Farmer. Poor Sarah, whenever we'll work together, she's always, yeah, no, I'll have a go at that. You know, but luckily she didn't have to go in the aeroplanes for this. We have sent people into various stunt aircraft, and they've been a bit ill at the end of it, so we don't do that so much anymore. But this was just, Otto was just fantastic. And to be honest, Brendan had shot this himself, but he let us have the footage, and it's just amazing.
So from 2008, obviously this year it's a little bit different. It's our virtual Bournemouth Air Festival. What's sort of your little highlight over that period of time, do you think?
Well, the highlight probably is the night stuff. It's sending people parachuting. They've never done it before. They have to trust us. They all loved it at the end. I mean, one presenter, and I won't tell you who, but when they came out, when the microphone came into reception, all we could hear was a lot of expletives, which we couldn't use. But they loved it, and it is a great event. And the lovely thing about it is, all the other air shows you have to pay to go.
Yeah.
This you don't, and they reckon it's the largest because of the scale of the seafront. But it's brilliant. There's something about it that means that summer is coming to an end. But what a great climax to an end summer when you see this, even if it's virtual. Summer doesn't finish until you've had the Bournemouth Air Festival.
I like that, Pete. That's our final word. Thank you very much indeed. I look forward to seeing more of your footage next year.
Thank you.
Pete Doherty from BBC South, thank you very much indeed. And we'll be right back with our virtual Bournemouth Air Festival. More for you very soon.
Well, that was Pete Doherty there from the BBC talking to Andy Marler. And of course, it's not just about aviation, though. As ever, innovative, the BCP team brought in a lot of music as well. And that also brought in a lot of fun and a lot of stories. And extraordinarily enough, it's also helped me make an awful lot of extra friends as well, because I very much was involved in the music business a long time ago, still dabble with a bit of online and freelance broadcast DJ stuff. And for me, one of the most popular bands I used to run around the back of when I finished a commentary was Scouting for Girls. Now, I don't know whether Andy's tuned into this, but tell me, Andy, what do you know about Scouting for Girls?
Now, this is a surprise you promised me, wasn't it?
Come on. 8
top 40 singles, 2 million record sales, 500 million streams, nominated for 4 Brit Awards and Ivor Novello Award as well. Is this the surprise this evening?
This is the surprise this evening, and it's a truly fantastic honour. Now, one of the songs, of course, is all about a heartbeat, but I want to introduce you now to the heartthrob that is Roy Stroud, the leader of Scouting for Girls. Roy, great to see you, mate. How are you?
I'm really good, George. How are you?
Yeah, having a lot of fun and really enjoying what is the end of the lockdown with my favourite thing, playing with friends and good people like yourself. Come on, what have you been up to?
Well, I've been actually recording an album. I haven't really left this studio for a long time. And I am really desperately missing gigs and air shows. So I was actually, because we've played Bournemouth Air Show, I think twice, and then last year I actually went and visited just as a fan, and I came with my son and had a great time.
I'm really, really pleased to hear that. I'm a fan as well, and we had a mutual love-in at various shows. But Roy, I mentioned there are some memorable moments. I have many, but you have one particular memory of one of your gigs here at Bournemouth, don't you? And it's to do with fireworks, I think.
My favourite moment, it's one of my favourite festival moments of all time, is when we were playing with a band called Lawson, and we decided to swap with them. So they ended up doing the last one, and we came on as the first band, which is quite good because we always like to go off and party afterwards. And obviously, if you're headlining, you've got to wait even longer. But anyway, they were really excited to headline the air show, quite rightly. But halfway through their set, because they'd gone on too long, halfway through their set, the fireworks started going off. which would have been brilliant if it wasn't for the fact the fireworks were behind the audience. So the entire audience stopped watching Lawson and turned to watch the fireworks. which was to watch that side of stage was very funny. It was so funny.
But you've made some fantastic music, and the second album came out well. But you have been mates for a very, very long time, you guys, haven't you? Didn't it all start somewhere in Cubs or something like that?
Yeah, well, we called Scouting for Girls because me and Pete met when we were in the Cub Scouts when we were 5, 6, I think, and then me and Greg's the new guy in the band. We only met when we were 11. So we've been together for 25 years we've been making music. And so, yeah, it's been good. Well, we actually had a first rehearsal. We actually have a socially distant show coming up in a couple of weeks. So we actually having a first rehearsal in a couple of weeks, which would be great to see those guys. It's been a long time.
Oh, brilliant. Well, it was my pleasure to see you at the O2 just down the road from here last year, and we really, really want to see you back next year for 2021. I'm putting in a plug for you now without any prompting. The media team are listening, so fingers crossed we'll see more of you. But what we'd like you to do now, Roy, if you wouldn't mind, you've done a set for us. I haven't seen it yet. Please lead us into that and describe what sort of music you're moving on to from here on.
Well, Scouting for Girls, I think we're going to be doing a similar sort of thing. You know, our aim is we love playing big festivals and getting lots of people to dance. And so that's always where Scouting for Girls will be. What I've done here, which you're going to watch, is just like a little acoustic set just here in the studio. Unfortunately, it's just going to be me playing through some of our biggest songs. So I hope you enjoy it.
Well, what we've got to do sometime is you and me have got to go flying, make a bit of music to do with our flight, and we'll just see how that comes out. Get a camera as well, and we'll maybe show that next year. But Roy, any messages for your fans down here, please?
Oh, I tell you, my one message is because I am a massive aviation fan as well as being in a band, and we have this new podcast called Top Landing Gear, which George, you yourself were a guest on a couple of months ago, one of our most popular podcast episodes. So if you're into aviation, check out Top Landing Gear. Me and a couple of other friends who are into aviation, including a pilot, talk all about planes and very little about Scouting for Girls. So if you aren't interested in Scouting for Girls at all, go and check out Top Landing Gear. If you like Scouting for Girls, hopefully you'll enjoy my little acoustic set.
Roy, you are a star indeed. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a real highlight of today, and we're going to end with your music. Roy Stride, Scouting for Girls, take it away.
Hello, Bournemouth Air Show. This is Roy from Scouting for Girls. I'm here in the studio and obviously not in Bournemouth, not playing. Scouting played in 2005, I think it is. We headlined when Wave 105 used to put on the shows on the beach, which was amazing fun. We had a fantastic time there. It was two of my favourite memories of all time was one playing and the typhoon coming over us twice doing a pass. Couldn't hear anything whilst we were sound checking. And the second time was we were watching Lawson, who were playing, who were supporting us or who played after us, and they started the fireworks halfway through their set, which was hilarious because everyone turned around to watch the fireworks rather than watching Lawson. I am a massive aviation fan. I am learning to fly. I've only got a couple of hours, but I am going for my PPL, starting with microlights at the moment. I also do an amazing podcast. If you're into aviation, I do a podcast called Top Landing Gear. I pretty much produce it. I'm not really on it. There's Rob Curling, who's a BBC presenter, presents it, and his brother and a friend of mine is a historian. He does all the stats, and then there's an actual pilot on there. And we've just done our first series, and we've visited Boltby Academy and spoken to the Spitfire, Chief Spitfire pilot there. We've just spoken to Alan Pollock, who was the pilot who flew through Tower Bridge on in his Hunter aircraft back in 68. We've done a host of other episodes, so subscribe to that podcast. I will be playing a few songs. to be there virtually with you guys. I was there last year. Actually, I only get a few weekends off a year, and one of the weekends fell on the Bournemouth Air Show, so I came down with my son. We had like one of the most perfect boys' weekends. We saw an amazing air show. I had a great time in Bournemouth. I used to live in Bournemouth many years ago, so I'm a big fan of the event and the place. So I'm going to play a few songs and not take up too much time so you can get back to some more aircraft. I'm going to start with this, which is This Ain't a Love Song, which was Scout for Girls' first ever #1 back in 2010. Here we go. Every night I remember that evening, the way you looked when you said you were leaving, the way you cried as you turned to walk away, the cruel words and the false accusations, the mean looks and the same old frustrations. I never thought that we threw it all away. We threw it all away, and I'm a little bit lost without you, and I'm a really big mess inside, and I'm a little bit lost without you. This ain't a love song, this is goodbye. This ain't a love song, this is goodbye. I've been out, I've been down, I've been losing. I've been tired, I'm all hurt and confusion. I've been mad, I'm the kind of man that I'm not. But though I'm down, I'll be coming back fighting. I may be scared and a little bit frightened, but I'll be back, I'll be coming back to life. I'll be coming back to life. And I'm a little bit lost without you, and I'm a really big mess inside, and I'm a little bit lost without you. This ain't a love song, this is goodbye. This ain't a love song, this is goodbye. Oh, you could try, you can try, but you never keep me down. You could try, you can try, but you never keep me down. No, 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 no. I won't be lost, I won't be found, and I'm a little bit lost without you, and I'm a really big mess inside, and I'm a little bit lost without you. This ain't a love song, this is goodbye. Well, it's alright, you can try, but you never keep me down. It's alright, I know I'm lost, but you'll never keep me down. And you could try, you can try, but you never keep me down. And you could try, I know I'm lost, but I'm waiting to be found. Never keep me down. Never keep me down. Let's do something a little bit more fun. I do love that song. It's one of my favourites which I've ever done. But this is more for getting a party going. I wonder where you are. I wonder if you're at home watching this. It feels like we're getting towards the end, and I reckon air shows are going to be back. I was actually watching Hot Jet Cold War, James Holland show, which is on the BBC iPlayer. So if you're into planes, again, I was watching that this morning about the Farnborough Air Show, which is obviously isn't a patch on the Bournemouth one. But I am, I do feel like air shows are coming back. Here we go. This song's called Elvis Ain't Dead. When I was young, I never knew what this thing called love could do to you. But since you've been gone and I've been on my own, well, I've been feeling quite peculiar. But I'll make goodbye without a smile, and I'll get through
wish it was me you chose, and I wish it was me you chose, and I wish it was me you chose, I wish it was me you chose, 'cause Elvis ain't dead, and you're coming back, and Elvis ain't dead. Since you've been gone, well, I can do what I like, but it doesn't mean a lot to me. I'm all shook up and I'm lonesome tonight. I think I need a love lobotomy, but I get by without your smile, and I'll get through without you. But I wish it was me you chose, and I wish it was me you chose, and I wish it was me you chose, I wish it was, because Elvis ain't dead, you're coming back, and Elvis ain't dead, you're coming back, no, 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 come on, come home, you, me, maybe we were never meant to be. I say you, me, maybe we were never meant to be. 'Cause Elvis isn't dead, Elvis isn't dead, Elvis isn't dead. I heard him on the radio. Elvis isn't dead, Elvis isn't dead, Elvis isn't dead. And you're coming back to me. I know Elvis isn't dead, Elvis isn't dead, Elvis isn't dead. I heard on the radio, Elvis isn't dead, Elvis isn't dead, Elvis isn't dead. Me you chose, and I wish it wasn't me you chose, and I wish it wasn't me you chose, I wish it wasn't me you chose, 'cause Elvis ain't dead, Elvis ain't dead, and Elvis ain't dead, and Elvis ain't dead. I can do something a little different now on acoustic. I hadn't thought about this one, so let me see if I can right, let's do something on the acoustic. Okay, this song is actually just been re-recorded with the BBC as a choir up on BBC radios. They've got lots of people in lockdown to sing this song, which came from our 4th album. It's called Home. And it's one of my favourite songs which we've ever done. I'm just trying to remember the chorus. Home is wherever I'm with you. And they've got people to sing it in choirs, and they've put it all together, and the BBC Philharmonic have recorded a part for it, and it's coming out. So I'm very excited about that, and that's coming out I think in the next couple of weeks. So it's called Home. Home is wherever I'm with you, and I'll stay there forever, as long as you stay too. I'm never gonna leave, it's what I am, it's where I'm from. I found home, it's you, and it's all that I want. It's all that I want. Came out of nowhere and knocked me down with a love so big. It built a home all around me, and it keeps me safe with you. I found my place, because home is wherever I'm with you, and I'll stay there forever, as long as you stay too. I'm never gonna leave, it's what I am, it's where I'm from. I found home, it's you, and it's all that I want. It's all that I want. find you, trying to make things right. I just wanted you to know that I love you and that you're my home, always forever. I'm with you and I stay there forever, as long as you stay too. Never gonna leave, it's what I am, it's where I'm from. I found home, it's you and it's all that I want. I was all that I want. Every now and then I get lost on the way, trying to find myself a new place to stay. No matter where I go, I end up at the start. Home is where the heart is, and you've always had my heart. 'Cause home is wherever I'm with you, and I stay there forever, as long as you stay too. I'm never gonna leave, it's what I am, it's where I'm from. I found home, it's you, and it's all that I want. So that is coming out in the next couple of weeks with lots of other people singing it and a big philharmonic choir. Thank you for having us, me, to say us. I am missing playing live, missing being with the boys, missing getting out, missing air shows. So hopefully this will all be done by next year and we can all hang out together, watch some airplanes and listen to some live music and drink some nice cold beer in a field. I'm Roy from Scout for Girls. Enjoy the rest of the air show. I'm going to give you a little bit of this and then pass you on. I love the way she fills her clothes. She looks just like them girls in Vogue. I love the way she plays it cool. I think that she is beautiful. She's so lovely, oh, 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 she's so lovely. Oh yeah, she's pretty, fitting. She's got a boyfriend no one has to pay, 'cause she's 30, turned 30, and at the age of girl that's really dirty. I don't know how we make it through this. I don't know. I love the way she bites her lip. I love the way she shakes her hips. I love the way she makes me drool. I think that she is beautiful. She's so lovely, oh 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 she's so lovely, she's so lovely. Oh yeah, she's a stunner, and I wonder, was she this fit when she was 10 years younger? Well, come see me discreetly. Said she got a trick or two to teach me. I don't know how we make it through this. I don't know. I think that you are lovely. 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 I think that she is beautiful. She's so lovely, oh 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 she's so lovely. Until next time, see you later.
Well, that was the inimitable and hugely entertaining, Roy Stroud, Scouting for Girls. Fantastic set. and a real pleasure. A little bit indulgent for me. We've become great mates over the last couple of years, but truly wonderful music. And when we got to know each other, all he wanted to talk about was aeroplanes, and all I wanted to talk about was, of course, music. I'm completely tone deaf. I've tried all sorts of instruments and failed miserably at them. I don't know about my... Let's check with Andy. Andy, have you tried playing any musical instruments?
I've tried the guitar, and I remember being in a group of 5 learning the violin, and I was the last one, and the teacher got to the end and said, and last, by all means least, can you try once again? So I gave up instrument. Can I just say what no one at home could see, but we could sat here, just how the rest of the crew behind me, Ali dancing, Michelle was on her feet, so, you know, well done for that. Fantastic music, and really what we needed today. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, good. Well, I'm glad we pulled it up.
But also, a bit sneaky there, George, weren't you? As you introduced, what did you say? I can't wait till this is over and we can record together. I think George is trying to release a single. That's all I'm going to say.
Definitely won't be a double album, that's for sure. Marvellous news. Right, I gather we're going to catch up with social media tomorrow. We're running out of time at the moment, is that right, Andy?
Yeah, absolutely, and we've had loads in today, but we are running out of time. But remember, if you want to send us your photos, your memories from the Air Festival over the years, just do it on all your social media platforms, and it's hashtag Bournemouth Airfest, and you can find full details, of course, at bournemouthAir.co.uk/virtual air. Do all that tomorrow.
Fantastic. Well, all sorts of action tomorrow. It is Super Saturday, of course, and we're going to have the most fantastic day doing that. And it's really an action-packed day again, starting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We're going to do a little bit of cooking. I know you enjoy that, right? So, yes, we'll be testing your culinary skills. Okay.
When was that put on my list?
And we've got the Tigers parachute team coming in. A full hour with the Royal Air Force, and then after that, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, another full hour. We'll be joined by Red Arrow Damo Green. We are also interviewing, well, you've already posed your questions to Red One, Martin Pert. And then later on in the afternoon, we're going to have an awful lot of fun. So, pretty good day to look forward to.
I'm really looking forward to it. Today's been fantastic, and I think we're going to have a good couple of days, Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be really good.
Okay, well, that's a wrap, as they say in the business.
Indeed.
Hope you've enjoyed it. Have a great day.
See you later.
And evening.
Good evening. Bye-bye.
Good night.